السلام عليكم جميعا. ويلكم باك. نرحب بالجميع ونتمنى لكم التوفيق. اليوم هو آخر يوم للدورة خاصة في الديكونتامينيشن، نتمنى التوفيق للجميع. وكما تعودنا إن شاء الله نرحب بجميع الأسئلة عن طريق الشات بوكس أو question answers. وإن شاء الله يعني بكرة حتكون جاهزة الPDF المحاضرات، اللي يحب طبعا ياخذها او شيء او يراجعها الله يوفقه، وحتكون متوفره عندكم قريبا ان شاء الله. فنتوكل على الله، نبدا احنا بعد ربع ساعه. طبعا حنوقف بريك علشان الصلاه ان شاء الله. Water health maintenance. We have to focus on this lecture in the overview of safe water provision. Highlights treatment technologies and on-site water risk control to ensure patient safety and healthcare facility. It reviews water and public health, patient safety and prevention of avoidable waterborne infection, addressing water hygiene. Detailing water treatment methods, technologies, and sustainability and future development, water use applications, and key relevant guidance are included. Addressing requirements for water quality, integrated augmented care units, clinical practice, management, and tools addressing the risk of infection to patients, using a whole team approach to microbial water safety. Water is used in many applications, and waterborne disease result in fatalities related to infection from direct consumption. The significance of water and the establishment of ancient civilization can be traced in the archaeological records. Aqueducts transported water into Roman cities to supply baths and fountains. Other civilizations used local surroundings water to deliver fresh water and carry away sewage, such as Ashanti Kingdom in the 18th century. In the UK, pipe work to carry water was first laid in 13th century, and early 16th century wastewater was first managed with basic filtration. It was not until 18th century that flushing toilets were invented and mechanical filtration was devised. Hazards of public health through water were recognized during the cholera outbreak, where the link to water as a route of infection was reported by John Snow in London in 1850. It is interesting to note that this work was carried out before the germ theory of disease was fully developed. In the 19th century, it became standard practice to treat the water by screening for large particles removal, chemical treatment, and aluminum sulfate to fluorinate smaller particles. This was followed by further screening and subsequent chlorination of water to control bacteria. In 1945, Water Act was pivotal in directing a coordinated approach necessary in water resources management and planning. The industry was privatized in 1980, and 3 independent bodies were formed to regulate water and sewage, including Environment Agency. Under 1991 Water Act, the Water Supply Regulations 2010, water providers have a duty to supply water that is wholesome at the point of supply laid out in the regulation expert, and that the water does not contain. The point at which the water providers are responsible for the defined parameters are as described in this expert. In the case of water supplied from tankers, the point at which the water emerges from the tankers. In case of water supplied in bottle or containers, the point at which the water first emerges from any bottle. In any other case, consumer's tap. The responsibility of maintaining this water quality level is now transferred to the healthcare facility, HCF. This legalization also provides parameter limits to microbial surveillance requirement, including sampling for commonest indicator organism of sewage contamination potential. There is evidence of healthcare-acquired infection with associated morbidity and mortality in both domestic and healthcare facilities resulting from waterborne infection. This requirement is made clear to all health and social care providers, namely the responsibility to minimize HAI as defined. The risk of infection are diverse, challenging, and increasing. Some HAI are associated with specific microorganisms, others are related to patient care practices and the unique issues of specific care settings. Areas of potential infection risk include cleaning and disinfection of patient care equipment, water distribution system and water quality, decontamination of medical devices and equipment, decontamination of medical waste, and decontamination of dental therapy equipment. Infection acquired in health care facilities have been referred to as the silent epidemic. National governance of HAI prevention and risk control, medical device use, ongoing care, and water safety arguably mandate all the criteria and guidance for compliance embedded in the revised health. Consideration of the 10 compliance criteria combined address patient, staff, and visitors, environment, and microbial safety. Outbreak of Legionella have historically occurred due to poorly maintained water cooling towers, the ice machines, aspiration of feeding tubes, the poor design and planning of hospital systems. Legislation address the management and prevention of Legionella and potable water supply from the water providers. However, even where it has been considered that potable water has met the regulatory standard, there have still been outbreaks of waterborne infection. In addition, despite the presence of guidance of control of waterborne pathogens such as Legionella, dialysis, final rinse water, surgical washer disinfection, and automated endoscopic processors, ultrasonic bath, suctioning and ventilation care, birthing pool, whirlpool, and therapy tanks and physical therapy, ice, tabs, water bath for thawing plasma. I think we will stop here for Asr break. We'll be back in almost half an hour. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back. We're starting again our activity for today. As described before, the healthcare environment has many applications for the use of water and patient safety as a paramount. All registered health and social care providers are required to ensure that effective water management systems are in place to protect patients. A potable water ensure a building from network of distribution pipes installed and maintained by the local licensed water provider. All water supplies entering the healthcare establishment are required to be of drinking or potable water quality. The water supply responsibilities stop as soon as the supply enter the building. The responsibility for maintaining potable water quality in a building then becomes that of a consumer. For control of Legionella and the healthcare environment, the key control of measures are the use of chemicals to store and clean raw water holding tanks. Then to provide a residual chemical level in the distributed water system pipes work for a potable and hygienic use. Various biocidal chemicals, in addition to thermal control, are seen as an important aspect of the control of the proliferation of Legionella in water system, including regular disinfection for the taps and shower heads. These water treatments change the chemical constituents of the incoming water as their main aim is to minimize potential microbial growth and biofilm formation. Water purification is an initial step in a complex process. Water is also used as a primary component in the manufacture of intravenous fluids. The purity of water will depend on the intended use. It is essential to understand the purpose and application of which purified water is going to be used. For example, the medical device for equipment for which it will be used or how the water will come in contact with patients. The importance of cooperation between states and clinical teams ensure that there is an understanding of the requirement of water treatment. There are specific application standards, guidelines to provide water of suitable quality for renal dialysis as well as other services. Heat and flush chlorination, chlorine dioxide, copper silver ionization. Commonly used purification technologies, removal of the contaminants that are either held in suspension or those the sediment out. The removal of these contaminants often requires some use of physical or mechanical barrier. Removal of a change in chemical compounds that readily dissolve in water. Often use technologies that utilize the science of chemical properties and reactions. Disruption, death, and removal of microbiological activities often use radiation, thermal, chemical, or combination of technologies. This is traditional technology that was developed for purifying water to generate drinking water from the seawater on sea voyage. The process of distillation entails boiling water, and when the liquid water turns into a gaseous phase called water vapor, it leaves behind the non-volatile impurities. The water vapor is then cooled and changed back to liquid water or distillate, which when collected in a separate container is free from dissolved and undissolved non-volatile matter. The quality of collecting tanks also impacted the overall quality of water. Stainless steel was the material of choice for its resistance to many chemicals, thermal capabilities, and its ability to exclude light. hence allowing for not only chemical control, but also microbiological control. The effectiveness and suitability within the healthcare setting are dependent on the overall design and the application for which they are to be used. The most perception of filtration is via a microporous membrane compressed to form a matrix in which particles are trapped or adsorbed. There are three types of membrane filtration: depth filter, screen filter, and surface filter. Depth filter retain particles by random adsorption or trapped. And screen filters uniform structures with a precise pore size in their surface that act like a sieve, retaining all particles larger than a specified pore size. And surface filters made from multiple layers of media, so that when the fluid passes through the media layers, particles larger than spaces between the layers and the filter matrix are retained, accumulating primarily on the surface of the filter. It has been described as a combination of filter with a molecular sieve, typically employing hollow fiber membrane configured into a module. It is a process by which dissolved molecules and extremely small particles are removed from fluid base on molecular base by passing the solution through a fine filter. The filter is tough, thin film, selectively permeable membrane that is available in several nominal molecular weight limit cut-off range. Selection is dependent upon the molecular weight on the filtrate or particles and is suitable to remove most macromolecules such as colloid microorganisms and pyrogens. Roro membrane are capable of removing 90 to 99% of contaminants such as total dissolved solid in the water supply. Long exchange is a process where one type of the ion contained is water, and water is absorbed onto the insoluble solid material. Organic scavenging, the degree of removal required depends on the application and the initial level of organics in the incoming water supply. Ultraviolet radiation, this utilizes ultraviolet light to generate electromagnetic energy. Ozonation may be used both as a pre- and post-treatment enhancement of water quality. Electrically driven ion exchange, EDI, is a technology predominantly used in the pharmaceutical industry and some applications in the healthcare to provide supply of pure water to biochemistry, clinical analyzer, and pathology laboratories. EDI combine electrodialysis and ion exchange, which effectively de-ionize water, while the ion exchange resins are continuously regenerated by the electric current in the unit. An EDI module generally consists of a number of cells sandwiched together between two electrodes. Each cell is separated by ion selective membrane, and ion exchange resin is packed in the spaces. Potable water enters the module and electric current is applied across, in which pulls ions across their respective selective membrane, whilst the resin captures the dissolved ion. Done at all stages of treatment and purification, samples should be taken according as part of compliant testing protocol and analyzed by laboratory accredited. The importance of water safety in the healthcare environment as an integral part of decontamination. Compliance with hygiene code of the prevention of HII should not be underestimated in the respect of patient and staff safety. As part of the essential quality requirements of CFPP, there should be a designated responsible person for water with complete understanding of the entire water pathway. Also, is needed an augmented care water safety neonatal in ICU and adult augmented or critical care ICU. You can see here that I designate the design and infection prevention water and patient safety, and at the other side, patient safety culture. Hand hygiene is the cornerstone of infection prevention and control. A convenient located wash hand basin, non-user friendly elbow control, hand-free taps, and skin-friendly hand wash chemical agents are recognized as some of the key reasons why staff fail to comply with hand hygiene. In clinical practice, a fully integrated program or multimodal approach requires multidisciplinary staff, education and infection prevention to be informed of water pathogen risk and augmented care reservoir awareness. The link directed to zero tolerance approach to waterborne preventable infection and adherence to key best practices such as a correct, consistent hand hygiene and implementation of saving lives. Initiate hospitals significant contributor to water waste, but consumption and demand may be minimized with water reuse. A factor in water overuse and HSP is a lack of sub-metering, which results in a lack of awareness of the volume and cost of water used. There is evidence of UK HCF emerging awareness of the potential of treated wastewater reuse. It is generally acknowledged that grey water is untreated wastewater that has not been contaminated with toilet discharge. It includes, but is not limited to, wastewater from bath showers and wash basin, laundry machines. There is as yet no universally accepted grey water quality. At present, grey water systems are not common in England and Wales. This may be because systems are expensive to purchase, maintain, and run, while the cost of water is relatively low. Only a third of domestic customers have metered water supplies and thus would save money. There are no regulations covering the quality of recycled water. The reliability of grey water system has been poor in the past and remains unproven. Waterborne pathogens are here to stay. Waterborne pathogens remain a threat to a vulnerable with the potential to impact people, lives both for better, but also for worse through infection and even death. Health building facilities design and fact that vulnerable patients are nursed in proximity when managed well are critical to support patient health and management of well-being. Paradoxically, water sustains life, but if managed inadequately, this life-saving commodity can be fatal to the most vulnerable. The water industry future will be directed to some extent by government targeted for conversation, sustainability and affordability within innovation and design. The future will be better place for patient where industry suppliers and healthcare multidisciplinary team collaboration address issue together from a patient safety perspective, learning from the past lessons. Any questions يا اخوان؟ اي سؤال؟ شكرا دكتور سعد. امل الحنوف. Thank you all of you. Badr, thank you. We'll provide you with a video now about room gas decontamination.
The infection acquired in health facilities constitutes a global burden in various countries of the world and a great danger that affects the safety of patients, visitors, and healthcare providers. Environmental pollution plays a big role in transmitting the infection and its spread inside hospitals. Therefore, regular cleaning of surfaces, medical equipment, and equipment used directly with patients inside the patient isolation rooms is one of the basic and most important factors for controlling infection in health facilities. The final cleaning and disinfection of the isolation rooms for patients after their discharge is very important, as it contributes to providing a safe environment for the healthcare workers and patients inside these facilities and limiting the transmission of infection between patients or visitors inside the hospital. In order to reduce the risks of infection to which healthcare workers and health services may be exposed, and to ensure sound practices and raise the efficiency and skill of the workers, we recommend the implementation of all policies and procedures approved by the Ministry of Health necessary for the process of cleaning and disinfecting isolation rooms from infectious diseases step by step. And here is the beginning. The healthcare provider goes into the patient's room after the patient's discharge and starts the first step by disinfecting the hands with alcohol disinfectant according to the policy that he was previously trained on, focusing on cleaning and disinfection process after the patient is discharged. The healthcare provider begins by wearing the personal protective equipment assigned to him, by wearing the yellow gown correctly. Wearing a high-efficiency respiratory mask suitable for him according to the respiratory fit test, then wearing single-use gloves, and in the event that the health service provider must have a special equipment, which is an air helmet or hood, as highly efficient respiratory mask does not fit to the bearded people. Then the healthcare provider enters the room with his disinfectants and surface disinfectant wipes and starts removing all the existing wires and connections that connect the devices to the patient's bed, respectively. And he begins to remove the patient's belongings immediately, in order not to cause the dispersal of microbes in the atmosphere of the room and not to cause any scattering inside the room. He also removes all electrical wires, installations, and arranges them well for the vital signs monitor. Then he heads out, carrying the disinfected spaces available for the devices, and begins to empty the devices from the remnants of single-use supplies, equipment used in caring for the patient, and their disposal as medical waste. he begins to conduct a thorough survey and disinfection of the environmental surfaces of the devices in the room, as all surfaces are cleaned and disinfected at the end of the procedure. Meanwhile, the healthcare provider cleans and disinfects all environmental surfaces in the room that are connected to the patient's care equipment and inspects all the patient's drawers to look for residues or disposable medical supplies. Remove all the patient leftovers and clean the patient's area thoroughly. Care should be taken to clear the screens of the vital signs monitor that's used with the patient in the correct way, so that every part of the screen is wiped and the drawers are wiped from the inside. And then move to the patient's bed. Then it is sprayed with the prepared spray and contains a cleaning and disinfection liquid for disinfection of the patient's bed. It's carefully sprayed in every part of it. This is to perform the wiping process of the bed with single-use dry pads, which are preferably made of non-woven material that is non-gauze or cotton, so as not to leave residues and traces on the surfaces of the patient's room. And the wiping is done accurately, so that each area is wiped without returning the towel to the area. Then the healthcare provider has finished his mission and removes his personal protective equipment, including the isolation apron. He went out of the room wearing a highly efficient respiratory mask to clean inside the entrance room of the patient. Then comes the role of the cleaning lady. To perform the routine cleaning before entering the room, start by hand rub with alcohol disinfectant according to MOH policy in preparation for entering the room. Then start wearing the personal protective equipment before entering the room. Wear the yellow isolation apron correctly. And then a highly efficient respiratory mask, fitting it after performing the fit test. Use single-use gloves to enter the patient's room to be cleaned and disinfected. The cleaning lady walks into the patient's room to slide the devices to the side to start cleaning the room from the inner area to the outside, so that the cleaning is from inside the room to the outside. cleaning the upper first and lower area second, and get to the floor at the end. Noting that the cleaning is carried out accurately on all environmental surfaces from the ceiling, wall and floor to all areas of the environmental surfaces. Do not ignore any part of the isolation room, as it's important to disinfect all environmental surfaces completely and correctly so that it does not become a source of infection for another patient. The floor is wiped with a special mop, moistened with a well-cleaned and disinfected solution. And then replace gloves to return to the bed and equipment to its place. And clean the patient's dining table. And the area under the bed thoroughly with disinfectant solution, so that all surfaces have been thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. Cleaner focuses on frequently touched places such as door handles, light switches, etc. One of the frequently used places is the patient's isolation room because it's full of dust and microorganisms, and after the cleaner removes the personal protective equipment in the correct manner. Starting by removing the gloves and then the apron. Remove gown by rolling it inside correctly and avoid touching her clothes. Then she rubs her hands with an alcohol-based hand sanitizer before leaving the room and use a respirator or a mask. dispose of medical waste and wash the hands with soap and water. Thus, the cleaner's task is over, and remove the sign, the isolation room is undergoing cleaning and disinfection operations. Then comes the role of the medical waste worker who collects medical waste and cleans the yellow waste containers them from inside and outside after wearing the protective clothing. He does not need to wear a highly efficient respiratory mask and is wearing a medical isolation gown and a single-use gloves and the surgical mask. He wipes, cleans, and disinfects the medical waste container properly in the entrance room or outside the isolation room. Then he collects the medical waste bags and ties them correctly by the tiers and putting labels indicating the room number and the section in which the patient is located, and closes them properly with the strap that cannot be reopened, and carries them away from his body and takes them out to be placed in the large container to collect waste from the medical departments. Then he removes the personal protective equipment, starting with the disposable gloves properly. Then he rubs his hands with the alcohol disinfectant, removes the apron and the mask, begins to collect his supplies, and goes away from the isolation room. Then comes the role of the final disinfection of the isolation room by using ultraviolet disinfection devices or a hydrogen peroxide disinfection device. The health worker is prepared to enter the room by disinfecting her hands and then by pulling the ultraviolet disinfection device to the entrance to the isolation room so that he wipes the wheels of the device before entering it to prevent the spread of any infection. The health worker enters the room, connects, and arranges its position inside the room so that the ultraviolet rays are exposed to all environmental surfaces from all directions in the room. Remove all covers so that everything is exposed to ultraviolet rays and thus can be disinfected. Followed by opening all drawers, cabinets, and all hidden places inside the room to be disinfected. And starts the process of activating the device through her own tablet device, which makes the process of ultraviolet disinfection easy and comfortable for the healthcare worker, and protection for her during disinfection. After adjusting the settings for the device, the healthcare worker comes out, tightly closing the door behind her. The device starts working according to the specified period of time through the special electronic scanning in the device. This technology works to disinfect the room by dismantling the DNA links inside the germs, as the towers have a 360-degree automatic rotation feature, which ensures that the room is completely disinfected. After the disinfection process is completed, the health worker enters the room directly and pulls the equipment out, announcing that the room is sanitized and ready for immediate use. Welcome to the Clorox Health.
So we will resume now about our discussion about room decontamination. I just have seen the video a while ago. Hospital services can rapidly become contaminated with organisms capable of causing disease in healthy and immune-compromised patients. Although existing conventional cleaning methods are relatively cheap, quick, and efficient if carried out correctly, they do not destroy all of the contaminating organism every time and will not reach all of the surfaces within a room. Gaseous technologies are being used increasingly for room decontamination in the healthcare settings due to cycle speed and surface coverage. Whilst they can be effective used in their own, they should be considered in combination with liquid. Gaseous decontamination can be used to decontaminate and sterilize a wide range of items and chambers. There are a wide range of gaseous decontamination options available for use depending on the application required, turnaround time, residue formation, and environmental conditions. Gaseous decontamination has been used for many years to decontaminate enclosure and instruments, both prior and after handling biological agents. Decontamination is used to lower the microbial contamination on a surface before use to ensure there is no contamination transfer to the other surface. There is evidence to show that contaminated hospital surfaces can result in the transmission of nosocomial pathogen. Especially the admission of the patient into a room previously occupied by MRSA VRE significantly increase the risk of transmission to the new occupant. A more recent study found that there was a 40% increased risk of acquiring MRSA or VRE infection in the intensive care unit if the previous patient was positive for these organisms in general. Good cleaning and disinfection procedures have been shown to reduce the incidence of HAI. Some of the more common organisms causing HAI are relatively resistant to the disinfectant used within hospital. This indicates that further cleaning and contamination steps may be needed to reduce the risk of organism transmission from person to surface to person. In fact, inadequate disinfection procedure can lead to environmental transmission of the pathogenic organism to patients within hospitals. HAI agents have also been shown to persist in the environment for extended period of times, ranging from weeks to months for some organisms. In contrast to manual terminal cleaning, gaseous decontamination is used at present as an aid in the decontamination of side rooms and other patients carrying HAI. The gaseous decontamination technologies are used in conjunction with traditional surface of cleaning methods to ensure all surfaces have been adequately decontaminated. There are two main approaches to gaseous decontamination used by manufacturers. The first approach is to energize liquid to create vapor. It is then injected in the enclosure above the dew point, and condensation will form on the surfaces. This approach will allow contact of the vaporized decontaminant on the surfaces within the enclosure. It allows the decontamination to destroy microorganisms present. The second approach is to use a true gas for the decontamination of the enclosure. And for example, for that is chlorine dioxide. The gas will penetrate further into a chamber without condensing on surfaces. This section will establish the main challenges that need to be addressed and overcome for the technologies to be used in site. These systems use small specialized chambers where the gaseous decontamination can be injected and removed in tightly controlled environment. For example, of this type of system is the hydrogen peroxide gas plasma. This decontamination approach has been designed for the decontamination of heat labile instruments. It uses small chambers where vacuum is drawn prior to gas injection. The ethylene oxide system have the advantage that the gas can easily diffuse through porous packaging. An example of this type of system is the hydrogen peroxide gas plasma. This decontamination approach has been designed for the decontamination of heat labile instruments. It uses small chambers where a vacuum is drawn prior to gas injection. The ethylene oxide system have advantage that the gas can easily diffuse through porous packaging. One of the major drawbacks of any gaseous decontamination process is the toxicity of the decontamination itself. By definition, decontamination needs to have a certain level of toxicity to ensure it will effectively destroy the microorganism at contact. This sealability also means that a toxic gas can be introduced with a minimal risk of leakage. A leak in the room being decontaminated would cause safety issues within the levels of decontaminant escaping with the other populated areas above workplace exposure limits. A leak in the room being decontaminated would cause safety issues with the levels of decontaminant escaping to the other populated areas above the workplace exposure. And the laboratory fumigation is undertaken especially designed enclosures such as safety cabinets and laboratory themselves. A leak of the contaminant from the room could also cause the level within the room to drop below concentration required for an effective decontamination, potentially leaving viable hazardous organisms. Room can be adapted and their sealability increased using engineering designs such as the placement of older windows with modern seal units. The provision of gas-tight dampers and air conditioning system will allow for sealing prior to decontamination, stopping leaks of the contaminants through the ventilation system. The toxicity of gas itself and the necessity to seal the room means that the room needs to remain empty for an extended period of time during the fumigation process. The toxicity of gas itself and the necessity to seal the room means that the room needs to remain empty for an extended period of time during the fumigation process. The gases decontamination cycle. المحاضرات يا اخوان PDF ان شاء الله تلاقونها بكره مع الاداره، فحتلاقوا كل المحاضرات بمشيئه الله. Hydrogen peroxide naturally breaks down into constituent parts of oxygen and water, and this breakdown is accelerated by the presence of enzyme catalase. Therefore, any organism which produces catalase can leave an increased tolerance to the effect of hydrogen peroxide. Bacterial endospores show a high degree of resistance to hydrogen peroxide due to the presence of catalase in the spores coat layer. Organisms that do not produce catalase, such as VRE, show rapid reduction in numbers when exposed to gaseous hydrogen peroxide in relation to catalase-producing bacteria. Spores of Bacillus have demonstrated extreme resistance to gaseous chlorine dioxide in comparison to the indicator organism choice of Bacillus atophthius. Organic material had also been found to increase the resistance of microorganisms to gaseous hydrogen peroxide treatment. This indicates that spills of bodily fluids, like blood and feces, might protect the organism within them during the gaseous decontamination process. This protective effect could lead to a possible infection of a patient or worker within a room which has been declared decontaminated. Greater attention to details and protocols should be paid when performing initial service cleaning of rooms using liquid disinfectants to ensure that any body fluids spill have been removed. The removal of dried spills should decrease the problem associated with gaseous technology difficulty in spill penetration. Different gaseous dihydrogen peroxide systems have shown a variation in the rate of kill of bacteriophage dried and organic soil. These problems of resistant organisms, protective media, and initial loading concentration highlight the need to choose a suitable biological indicator when validating the cycle. The indicator used must also correctly reflect the level of contamination which is seen in the room and should allow the operator of the generator a high degree of confidence that all organisms present will be destroyed during the cycle. The environment conditions within the chamber will have an impact on the success of the decontamination cycle. Humidity levels within the chamber can affect the level of contact of decontaminant on the surfaces. A technology that relies on condensation will produce more condensation on the internal surfaces where the initial humidity is high. Maintaining the conditions of a room between runs can be difficult, both in terms of environment and physical aspect. A low humidity and high temperature will cause more of the vapor injected into the room to remain as a vapor and less to condense into surfaces. These conditions will affect the systems that rely on condensation as the primary methods for decontamination. The advantage of using gaseous decontamination is that the vapor will be able to reach sites that are inaccessible to cleaners. Quick mixing and diffusion around the room will help to reduce the decontamination time as a peak of concentration of decontamination will be reached rapidly. Units that do not produce enough exhaust velocity might require one or more fans in the room to aid the mixing of the contaminant. To ensure all services are contacted by the decontamination or enclosed services should be open to allow penetration of decontaminants. Enclosed spaces such as drawers and cupboards will not be penetrated by gas if they are sealed, and therefore microbial contamination will remain. The advantage of using gases decontamination is that the vapor will be able to reach sites that are inaccessible to cleaners. Quick mixing and diffusion around the room will help to reduce the decontamination time as peak concentration of the contaminant will be reached rapidly. Units that do not produce enough exhaust velocity might require one or more fans in the room to aid the mixing of the decontaminants. Increase in room size can lead to inadequate gas distribution around the room. To ensure all surfaces are contacted by the decontaminant, all enclosed spaces should be opened to allow penetration of the decontaminants. Closed spaces, such as drawer and cupboards, will not be penetrated by the gas if they are sealed, and therefore the microbial contamination will remain. Each decontamination cycle will be developed dependent on the size and surface loading of the room. The effective parameters will be reused for each subsequent decontamination cycle. This is important to note because a change in a surface area can affect the efficacy of the fumigation. Gases decontamination relies on a certain concentration of decontaminant to contact all of the surfaces of predetermined length of time in order to kill the microorganism. Objects in the room increase the surface area and decrease the amount of decontaminant covering the surfaces. The amount of objects within the room should be regulated between decontamination cycles to ensure there is consistency and reproducibility. Absorbent materials within the room will have an effect on the peak level of the contaminant reached and the length of aeration needed and the level of gassing post-aeration. These absorbent materials in the room will also slowly reach the decontaminant back into the room in small packets over time after aeration. This will probably not affect the length of aeration, but gas pockets that contains high concentration of the decontaminants above may cause harm to individuals entering the room. This problem can be eliminated by removing any soft furnishing that can absorb the gaseous decontaminants, followed by a close monitoring of decontaminant level with a room after aeration using a handheld sensor. The duration of decontamination process can cause issues in healthcare setting. When used in laboratory, fumigation cycles generally run overnight to allow for adequate contact time. Within the majority of healthcare settings, bed space is at premium. Whilst conventional wet cleaning techniques might not be seen as effective as gaseous decontamination, the aeration period is needed because the level of decontamination in the chamber was still above the required level. Due to time constraints, the inclusion of gaseous decontamination as part of regular cleaning regimen might be dependent on the occupation rate of the hospital. The use of powerful oxidizing agent of decontamination of a room can cause progressive damage of surfaces. High concentration of liquid hydrogen peroxide have been shown to corrode certain metals. There is very little evidence published highlighting any material compatibility issue for the gaseous technologies. If possible, any material that could potentially react or be damaged by the decontamination should be removed from the room prior to decontamination. There is no documented problems with any medical equipment that has been left in the room being decontaminated with biofuel and others. Gaseous decontamination has the ability to rapidly reduce the contamination of the hospital environment, as might be expected for a process that does not leave antimicrobial residue on surfaces. There can be rapid recontamination as soon as the colonized patient is readmitted. Continual cleaning regimen will ensure that surface contamination is kept as low as possible at all times between occupants and the same room. But it has been debated as to whether such extensive and room cleaning regimen are needed when there is a rapid recontamination of the room when a patient is readmitted. But it has been debated as to whether such extensive and long cleaning regimen are needed when there is a rapid recontamination of the room when a patient is readmitted. The demonstration of decontamination process is very difficult to prove. This analysis would be very time-consuming, expensive, and potentially lead to recontamination of the area. To overcome this problem, biological indicators are used to accurately validate and demonstrate the effectiveness of the decontamination process. Some applications require constant validation of every decontamination process using BI. This can be time intensive because of BI must be processed, incubated, and the result obtained prior to decontamination process being signed off as effective. In most laboratory applications, however, both the initial validation of the decontamination and any decontamination before servicing is performed using BI. The decontamination cycle is started and the real-time data generated is recorded. BI are readily available for commercial manufacturers, but in organism suspension, the chosen organism used to on the BI should have been proven to be highly resistant to the decontamination method and therefore will present a difficult challenge to kill. Two of the most regularly used organisms of BI, Atrophius, Rotella atrophius, and it can help to reduce the number of potential contaminants that could give a false positive results. In certain situations, other organisms might prove more realistic challenges to the decontamination process, and they should be considered for use as a biological indicator. Conversely, loaded BI can be used for validation in a lesser contaminated environment. The substrate that the BI organism are dried should ideally replicate the surface that will be decontaminated. The BI should be positioned around the room in a variety of places to accurately represent the area of contamination that would be encountered. This can include it under beds on the top of shelves. The BI can be assayed either qualitatively or quantitatively. A qualitative processing requires no formal training to have been undertaken by the worker. It's rapid and will limit the possibility of contamination. A quantitative assay will determine the exact number of organisms that are present in the BI. This method requires the BI to be placed in a buffer solution, which is then rapidly mixed to remove the organism from the compound. Chemical indicators are also readily available. These indicators have a chemical impregnated with their surfaces, which will react with the decontamination and change color to allow for visualization that exposure to indicator that has occurred. Current gases decontamination technologies that are or have been used in hospital settings all employ the use of gaseous hydrogen peroxide to decontaminate the surface and a room. Hydrogen peroxide has a long history of use as a liquid decontaminant. More recently, it has been employed as a gaseous decontamination. This technology uses HPV within a closed loop system to decontaminate a chamber or room. It is connected to be placed within. Prior to cycle initiation, the room dimensions are measured to calculate the volume, and this is entered into the generator control unit. So the unit can calculate how much hydrogen peroxide to inject. This process to allow for microcondensation layer of liquid hydrogen peroxide to form on the surfaces. The closed air system is an alternative decontamination technology to produce a vapor from liquid solution of 5% hydrogen peroxide. The cycles generally produce lower concentration of hydrogen peroxide within the room than biofuel and sterile system. The technology has been trialed within the hospital environment where it has been tested against the range of HAI organisms. Still, the VHP is the gases decontamination technology that has been investigated, at least in the term of published scientific literature when applied in hospital. The VHP technology has been used to eliminate environmental contamination. Samples taken immediately 1 day and 1 week after decontamination were negative Acinetobacter baumannii, but the contamination occurred immediately when a colonized patient was reintroduced to the room. So in conclusion, there are only a limited number of companies that have technologies of gaseous decontamination in hospital. The developed technologies are able to address and overcome some of the obstacles described previously, such as surface coverage, material compatibility, and cycle times. Perhaps the greatest obstacle the manufacturers have to address the cost of the technology. The use of gaseous decontamination can help reduce the surface contamination in hospital rooms from HAI. But limitations of the technology previously described in this lecture preclude its use as standalone techniques for hospital decontamination. Gaseous decontamination should be used in conjunction with conventional thermal cleaning techniques to form an effective process for reducing and controlling microbial contamination in hospitals. Any question يا اخوان؟ اي سؤال؟ Thank you, Ahlam. Thank you, Majda, Abdullah. Thank you, all of you. رابط التسجيل موجود فوق يا اخوان في الشات بوكس. شكرا عبد الله، شكرا نورة، اسماء عمر. Thank you very much. We'll give a video right now about MRSA infection, which is quite important and quite essential to be aware. And as we explained before, the importance of infection control.
Elias Moore, a 17-year-old African-American male who was on a school wrestling team, developed a red paper sore on the upper left side of his thigh. Spider bite, but the next day it began to swell and formed a bump filled with pus. He showed it to his mother, who took him to the pediatrician's office, where he was diagnosed with community-acquired methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, also known as CA MRSA. MRSA is a strain of Staphylococcus aureus, or staph for short. It's often referred to as a superbug due to its resistance to the widely used beta-lactam antibiotics such as penicillins, cephalosporins, and carbapenems. This is because MRSA has the MECA gene that allows the bacteria to produce proteins that are more difficult for the medications to bind to, and it also codes for the beta-lactamase enzyme, which can break these medications down. Unfortunately, due to the misuse and overuse of antibiotic treatment, both by clinicians and patients, MRSA has become more common in recent years. The two types are healthcare-associated MRSA, or HA MRSA, and community-associated MRSA, or CA MRSA. HA MRSA infections are a leading cause of infection in hospitals, due in part to the fact that it creates biofilms that colonize medical devices like catheters, endotracheal tubing, and surgical instruments. On the other hand, CA MRSA occurs when there's been no exposure to the healthcare setting, and it can affect healthy individuals. CA MRSA is primarily transmitted from direct or indirect contact and can either asymptomatically colonize or cause an active infection. Risk factors for developing an active infection include chronic illnesses like kidney disease, diabetes, or malignancies, activities that could cause damage to the skin like contact sports and intravenous drug use, living in crowded or unsanitary conditions like army barracks or prisons, and those with HIV or using immune-suppressing medications like corticosteroids. The infection occurs when immunosuppression or altered skin integrity allows the bacteria to bypass the body's natural defenses and enter the tissue. CA MRSA typically presents as a localized skin and soft tissue infection, or SSTI. Single or multiple red bumps that resemble pimples or spider bites initially appear in areas of compromised skin integrity, or in areas often covered with hair, like the armpits, groin, or back of the neck. Increased warmth, erythema, edema, tenderness, a palpable fluid-filled cavity, or purulent drainage may occur within the infected site. Fever and lethargy are also commonly experienced at this time. If left untreated or poorly managed, these localized infections can quickly become systemic and result in sepsis, endocarditis, osteomyelitis, necrotizing pneumonia, and septic joints. CA MRSA can be diagnosed through a variety of tests. Cultures from suspected sources of infection, such as wound scraping, sputum, blood, or urine, can be collected for testing. If the culture's results remain inconclusive, the DNA polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, of MRSA is highly sensitive and currently considered the gold standard for determining infectious type. To test for MRSA colonization and non-active infection, DNA PCR of MRSA from a Nares swab is often utilized. Treatment for MRSA involves quick initiation of antibiotic therapy. HA MRSA infections typically have more resistance to medications when compared to CA MRSA. In fact, it often resists non-beta-lactam antibiotics, making it more difficult to treat. Common oral antibiotics prescribed include trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, doxycycline or minocycline, clindamycin, linezolid or tadalafil, and delafloxacin. Intravenous antibiotics may be initiated if the oral medications prove ineffective, if systemic infection occurs, or if the SSTI occurred near an implanted device. In such cases, IV vancomycin is often the preferred drug among clinicians. However, new strains of vancomycin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, known as VRSA, have become more common in recent years. Okay, let's get back to Elias and start the assessment. After you greet Elias and his mother and confirm his identity, you wash your hands and explain you will wear a gown and gloves to help prevent transmission of infection. You begin your assessment by asking Elias how he's feeling today. He tells you he feels fine, except his leg is very painful, and he worries it's going to interfere with his wrestling practice. Elias's vital signs are temperature 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit or 37 degrees Celsius. Heart rate is regular at 62 beats per minute. Respirations of 14 breaths per minute with clear lung sounds. Blood pressure is 118 over 70 millimeters of mercury. Pain is 7 out of 10, located on his upper left thigh. Assessment of his thigh reveals a 4-inch or 10-centimeter circular area of erythema and edema with a large raised pustule in the center. The skin around the wound is warm and tender to the touch. You document your assessment and let Elias and his mother know the pediatrician will be in shortly. Based on the data you've collected through your assessment, you create these nursing diagnoses: impaired skin integrity related to pustule formation, pain related to injury and inflammation, risk of infection related to increased environmental exposure to MRSA, and anxiety related to missing sports activities. Next, you collaborate with Elias, his mother, and the pediatrician to plan some goals for his care. After completion of antibiotic therapy, the wound will have reduced erythema, edema, warmth, and pain. Elias's anxiety will decrease as the infection clears with treatment, and Elias will take measures to prevent the spread of infection to other body parts, family members, and members of his wrestling team. Next, you implement the plan of care. You assist the pediatrician to incise and drain the wound, and you collect a sample to send to the lab for culture. A topical antibiotic is applied and you dress the wound. And Elias is prescribed PO trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole. You remind Elias and his mother the importance of taking the antibiotic as prescribed until all the capsules are gone. You stress the importance of frequent hand washing with soap or alcohol-based sanitizer to avoid touching the infected area and keeping the dressing clean and covered. You also explain how staying hydrated and eating a high-protein diet promotes wound healing. To control infection around the home, you stress the importance of frequent hand washing, showering with antibacterial soap, daily disinfection of commonly used surface areas, avoidance of sharing towels, and washing clothing and other items used by Elias in hot water. To prevent spread to the rest of the wrestling team, you explain the importance of isolating from the rest of the team, and you review the criteria for returning to wrestling activity, including adherence to the antibiotic therapy, no new skin infections, and improvement of this wound at his next visit in 10 days. Okay, so we check back in with Elias and evaluate how he's doing. After 10 days, no new skin infections have formed, and assessment of his leg reveals a 2.5-inch or 6.3 centimeter circular area of erythema, and the raised pustule in the center has decreased in size, and a scant amount of exudate is noted. Elias states his current pain level is 4 out of 10. His mother tells you the rest of the family has remained free of infection so far. Elias says he's been watching wrestling practice on the sidelines, and he's glad to know he's getting better and will be back to wrestling soon. You're glad to see Elias is improving, and you encourage him to continue adherence to infection control measures as his infection completely resolves and it is safe for him to return to wrestling practice. All right, as a quick recap. Your assessment of Elias Moore revealed a circular area of erythema, edema, and tenderness along with a large raised pustule. The priority nursing diagnoses were impaired skin integrity, pain, risk of infection spread, and anxiety. Careful planning allowed you to create goals that addressed Elias's current condition, and implementation of interventions allowed him to begin reaching these goals. Finally, you evaluated Elias's progress towards resolution of infection and preventing further spread to his family and teammates. Helping current and future clinicians focus, learn, retain, and thrive. Learn more
So we'll move to our next presentation about hope of infection control. Evidence is accumulating for the role of cleaning in controlling hospital infection. Hospital pathogens such as MRSA, VRE, cleaning with both detergent and disinfectant-based regimen help control these pathogens in both routine and outbreak situations. The most important transmission risks come from organisms are frequently handled items because hand contact with a contaminated site could deliver a pathogen to a patient. Cleaning practices should be tailored to clinical risk near patient areas and hand touch sites and significantly evaluated for all services and equipment in today's hospital. There remain debate over clean hospitals when considering hospital-acquired infection. A visual experience for dirty hospital is automatically linked with infection risk, but this is difficult to prove for a number of reasons. Firstly, there are already several known risks for patients acquiring infection in the hospital: antimicrobial consumption, insufficient isolation room, and poor hand hygiene. Secondly, since cleaning has never been investigated as a discrete scientific entity, it is impossible to determine just how important it might be toward overall infection control. Finding the evidence to support cleaning as a significant intervention for prevention of infection has been seriously disadvantaged because there are no accepted risk-based standard to verify whether a hospital is truly clean and safe.
The graph is designed to show that the operation cycle.
Even established cleaning regimens do not necessarily target a high-risk environment due to lack of evidence and education. Even established cleaning regimens do not necessarily target high-risk reservoirs due to lack of evidence and education. Visual inspection of the hospital environment does not provide reliable qualitative or quantitative assessment of infection risk for patients. Microbes are invisible, and they are not necessarily associated with visual dirt. The impression of cleanliness is compounded by clutter, excess equipment, cramped walls, and fabric deficits. Visual assessment will inevitably be subject to these circumstances as well as subject to individual perception. Visual assessment will inevitably be subject to bias under these circumstances, as well as subject to individual perception. If a microbial pathogen can retain viability of surface outside the human body, there is a risk that it could be picked up by hands or air currents and transmitted to a patient. The longer it survives, the more likely it will ultimately reach a patient at a vulnerable site and cause infection. Robust pathogens will persist in an appropriate environment, niche, for days, unless removed through some cleaning process. Whilst the ability of bacterial spores to withstand in temperate environment is well known, it has been assumed that gram-negative bacilli are more vulnerable to exposure on surface and therefore pose less of a risk to patients. This assumption has been challenged by studies that detail prolonged survival period for some gram-negative species. MRSA has been shown to survive for a year in hospital dust, the spores of Clostridium difficile for 5 months, and epidemic vancomycin resistant for up to 4 years. Pseudomonas aeruginosa usually only survive for a couple of days, but will persist for 5 weeks on a dry floor. Along with Streptococcus multifida, Pseudomonas demonstrate long-term persistent within biofilm adherent to hospital plumbing components and other water-exposed sites. Most respiratory viruses, such as coronavirus, rhinovirus, influenza, can survive on a dry surfaces for a few days. Gastrointestinal viruses retaining viability of a couple of months. Norovirus is found in the hospital environment for days after an outbreak, demonstrating survivability despite terminal cleaning with a bleach-based products. Healthcare environment facilities cross-contamination, cross-transmission, and outbreaks of many hospital pathogens. The risk of cross-contamination are exaggerated by heavy workload, understaffing, high bed occupancy rates. Furthermore, in an area of cost cutting, those with a cleaning responsibility cannot hope for decontaminate all high-risk services as often as required in a hospital. Pathogens can be recovered from environment using a variety of microbial techniques. Most organisms can be found in the air and are air and ultimately on floor, but almost any surface can host a range of microbes for differing length of times. Coliforms such as Klebsiella and Serratia have been identified from buckets, bowls, mops, and liquids. Traditional sites of gram-negative microbes have been sites consistently or intermittently exposed to water. Dry sites, patient charts, can also host a range of gram-negative organisms. About 5% of near-patient sites demonstrate presence of gram-negative bacilli indistinguishable to those from the patient. The most prevalent site for the patient on isolates was the perineal region. Pathogens normally resident in the gastrointestinal system, such as norovirus, Clostridium difficile, and VRE. Spores of Clostridium difficile persist on hands and under fingernails and could be carried between wards and on the soles of shoes. Norovirus easily spread in the air and on surfaces throughout the entire world, although this usually reflects the situation during seasonal outbreaks. The most frequently contaminated sites for MRSA on acute ward are top of the bedside lockers. Chloroform and Pseudomonas may frequent wet sites such as sinks and baths. But prior room occupancy has been shown to be a risk for acquisition. A patient admitted into a room previously occupied by an infected patient remains at risk of acquiring the same organism. By attendant clinical staff, once a hospital pathogen reached an appropriate environmental niche, it will persist unless removed through some cleaning process. The greatest risk of infection for most patients emanates from surfaces beside or on beds, linen beds, frames, lockers, and over bed tables. Items or surfaces that are frequently touched provide the largest risk of contamination by pathogen spread. These sites then act as a reservoir for subsequent dispersal. Staff also acquire organisms directly from the hospital environment. They are just as likely to acquire pathogens after touching environmental sites as they are after caring for patients. Coliform can be recovered from the hands of nurses after touching patients, washing materials and clothing, as well as after bed making. Contamination of hands or gloves with hospital organisms provide highly plausible route of transmission between patients in a ward. Hand hygiene is easy. Practical methods of interrupting such transmission by compliance rarely reach the level required to remove the risk of HAI for many different reasons. Even when the staff know that a patient is isolated because they are colonized or infected with a hospital pathogen, hand hygiene compliance is still only about 50%. It is also possible that hand hygiene is insufficient to stop pathogen transmission. Neither chlorhexidine, alcohol, nor swab, nor soap, or water necessarily remove contamination from hands. Cleaning is often mentioned as an integral part of multifaceted response to the outbreak lacking an identified common source. Numerous reports detail cleaning as a major control component for outbreaks of MRSA, VRE, and Clostridial difficile. These pathogens thrive in dust and dirt in the temperate hospital environment and contaminate numerous sites on service and equipment, particularly during an outbreak. So how to clean MRSA? There is some evidence that cleaning remove MRSA from a ward environment with benefit for patients. MRSA was isolated from 13 patients on dermatology ward over 14 months period. 80 extensive environment culture revealed that the blood pressure cuff and the patient communal shower were positive for MRSA. Pulse field gel electrophoresis demonstrate identical DNA typing pattern from the majority of patient isolates and both environmental sources. Control was achieved after changing of a blood pressure cuff between patients and more stringent cleaning of communal areas. For VRE, communal environmental cleaning might also be important for controlling VRE. Enforcing cleaning measures along with improved hand hygiene is associated with less service contamination with VRE. Cleaner healthcare workers' hands and a significant reduction in VRE cross transmission among patients. Decreasing environmental contamination might help to control the spread of VRE in hospitals. Introducing an educational program, contact precautions, and reinforcement of environmental cleaning was the response to escalate VRE cases in Brazilian hospitals. Enhanced cleaning emphasized use of bleach for bathroom services and 70% of alcohol for furniture and patient equipment. The overall package helped prevent dissemination of VRE throughout the hospital. The benefits of cleaning for control of Clostridial difficile are well established. Following rising Clostridial difficile cases, one hospital introduced enhanced cleaning with hypochlorite into 2 ICU. The other unit introduced the intensive hypochlorite clean into isolation rooms, housing patients already infected with Clostridial difficile. Rates of infection decreased in both units over several months and appear to be maintained at lower rates for at least 2 years. There were no other interventions introduced other than targeted cleaning with bleach wipe. Use of chlorine releasing disinfectant in rooms contaminated with Clostridial difficile spores reduced the number of spores in the environment. The importance of cleaning and controlling outbreaks of Acinetobacter species has been emphasized in previous studies. One of these described an outbreak caused by multiply-resistant strains of Acinetobacter baumannii. Environmental contamination was recognized as an important reservoir of the epidemic strains, and the outbreak ceased only after both ICU were closed for terminal cleaning and disinfection. 96, another study examined the level of environmental contamination with Acinetobacter in neurosurgical ICU during the prolonged outbreak. Near patient hand touch sites frequently yield epidemic strains. There was no significant association between the amount of environmental contamination and patient colonization. The conclusion was that a high standard of cleaning play an integral role in controlling an outbreak of Acinetobacter in the intensive care setting. A further study described what happened following the introduction of beside computers in pediatric burn ward. There was a sudden increase in the number of patients acquiring Acinetobacter. Environmental screening demonstrated the organism on various surfaces in the patient's rooms, especially in plastic covers on computer keyboards. Targeted infection control measures that included the use of gloves before using the computer and through disinfection of a plastic cover effectively terminated the outbreak. Before the outbreak occurred, no one had thought to include computers in a routine cleaning specification. The importance of cleaning and controlling outbreak of gram-negative microorganisms other than Acinetobacter is difficult to ascertain. Despite this, there is a general consensus that environmental cleanliness is important for controlling infection. Terminating an outbreak caused by a single source contamination is a lot easier than implementing routine cleaning regimen that prevent infection from multitude of general services. Identify location of a single reservoir and eradicating it usually curtail the outbreak. Pseudomonas originating from water outlets have the potential to colonize and infect patients. There is a lack of evidence for a specific transmission pathway. Only one previous report detailed transmission of Pseudomonas aeruginosa from sink to hand during hand washing. This complex living deposit on internal and plumbing surface host and protect multitude of water-loving organism. Bacteria within biofilm are more likely to be able to withstand chlorine and other types of disinfectant along with a greater capacity of antimicrobial resistance. Various outbreaks investigation have shown that recovery pathogens from the water source. An outbreak of Burkholderia capacity on the pediatric unit was attributed to sink possibly linked with the presence of aerator filter affinities to the tap. Tap aerators have also been shown to be a source of patient colonization with the Styrofomus maltophilia. For this reason, aerators should be replaced with the flow straighteners in health care premises. Disinfection using chlorinated products without disruption of biofilm only offer limited control. The importance of environmental cleaning and control of outbreak of norovirus is widely accepted. All general cleaning, especially toilet and bathroom areas, should use a chlorine-containing disinfectants or bleach at a specified concentration. Detergent-based cleaning often fails to eradicate the virus from the environment. Persistent viral reservoirs means that new admissions will be exposed to norovirus outside hospitals. Norovirus outbreaks can be devastating in closed or semi-closed communities. These include sudden and extensive outbreaks in hospitals or prisons. But outbreaks can also occur in nursing and residential homes, cruise ships, and schools. There is not much point in implementing comprehensive cleaning schedules if cleaning agents or equipments themselves are contaminated. Poor choice of cleaning methods or agents or inadequate maintenance of equipment will result in environmental contamination of very services that need attention. There are numerous examples of different types of cleaning clothes, including microfiber products that spread microbes across surfaces rather than removing them. Clinic equipments may also become contaminated with hospital pathogens and disperse these into hospital environment. Disinfectants are more effective at killing pathogens than in used detergent, but some hospital pathogens can resist bactericidal effect of particular agent. Both multi-drug resistant and extremely drug-resistant strains Klebsiella have demonstrated increasing tolerance to chlorhexidine. Microorganisms use an inadequately cleaned niche to exchange genetic material coding of for antimicrobial resistant and other survival mechanisms, including resistance or tolerance to disinfectants. Microorganisms use inadequate cleaned niche to exchange genetic material coding for antimicrobial resistance. Once established, these hardy strains will ultimately infect debilitated patients. Hospital waste water has been shown to harbor KBC to producing Klebsiella pneumonia. Various scientific methods to measure environmental soil have been devised. Since visual inspection هي نفس السلايدات ومشيت الله حنرسلها لكم ان شاء الله. Various scientific methods to measure environmental soil have been devised. A validated and risk-assessed technique is needed to determine the cleanliness rather than the subjective assessment currently provided by visual inspection and clipboards. Chemical and microbiological methods have been utilized by the food industry for years and have been tested in hospitals. Measurements from these systems have provided a range of value to model against patient risk. From these, it might be possible to choose an appropriate benchmark for routine monitoring. Hospital staff need not to know exactly which levels are acceptable for patient safety purposes. ATP systems have varying benchmark depending upon the type of lemanometer used. These range from 25 up to 500 relative light unit for 10 up to 100 centimeter for hospital services. There is a concern that some systems are not sufficiently sensitive to detect very low microbial counts. Clearly, more work needs to be done on finding the most appropriate methods for detecting microbial soil. ATP measurements can be confirmed by food and drink residue disinfectants, microfiber products, manufactured plastics found in the clinic. Choosing benchmark should reflect the patient's risk. Services in outpatient clinic are not necessarily as critical for infection risk. Once these benchmarks are established, routine monitoring should be able to indicate trends in hospital cleanliness and workload. Most importantly, when enhanced clinic activities required before patients are exposed. There are alternative methods of environmental assessment, notably placing invisible fluorescent marker at key sites for later inspection of overall cleaning compliance. Feedback for domestic staff can lead to reduction of key hospital pathogens. Domestic staff react quickly on environmental monitoring programs because they are concerned that their jobs may be at risk. Further studies have demonstrated differing effects between direct observation, supervision, education of staff as they clean. They show reduction of important hospital pathogens. There is a concern that these interventions might lose impact over time. Hence, training and continual evidence-based reassessment are required as part of staff development. New methods for environmental decontamination are constantly appearing to the market. Disinfectants tend to be expensive and environmental unfriendly. Some formulations persist in the water course, underlying towns and cities, and exert long-term effects on the other biological systems. This has encouraged greener alternatives, particularly those that ultimately degrade into harmless components. Examples include ultra-heated steam, electrolyzed water, ozone and hydrogen peroxide, amongst others. There are new types of antimicrobial coatings available for linen, equipment and furniture, and general surfaces such floor, walls, doors. Particularly anything that can be impregnated within chemicals or coated with microbial paint could potentially be marketed as healthcare environment. Bioactive services or coating can contain heavy metals such as copper, zinc, sulfur, titanium, or antiseptic and biocides. There is evidence that coating near patients and touch sites with copper reduce organisms such as MRSA. Numerous guidelines emphasize the importance of cleaning, but offer little practical advice on how to achieve this or how often sites should receive cleaning attention. Microbial reservoirs are likely to fluctuate at different sites throughout the day. Viable organisms will persist according to their capacity for survival unless removed by an effective cleaning regimen. Even if the cleaning occurs on a regular basis, pathogens may recontaminate surface or equipment immediately after the cleaning process. Using agents and services with residual microbial activity to repel contamination would mean that hand hygiene might not be quite so critical. So in conclusion, microbiological screening has demonstrated numerous types of pathogen surviving throughout our hospital. There is evidence to show that these resilient organisms pose a real and substantive infection risk for patients. The cleaning process could potentially have a huge impact on this risk. Whilst there are a flourishing number of novel disinfectants, antimicrobial services, and equipment now on the market, few have been probably assessed against patient infection risk and potential toxicity representing a long-term environmental threat. Establishing risk-based standard for all services throughout the hospital would allow monitoring. Frequent applications of detergent-based cleaning require urgent appraisal in order to be able to adequately and comprehensively compare future alternatives for cleaning our hospitals. Any question, إخوان؟ أي سؤال؟ Thank you ريم, thank you سلمان, أحمد, thank you all of you. إيه في نسخة للمحاضرة إن شاء الله بعد ما نخلص. نعم PDF إن شاء الله. حسام, thank you very much. لميا. Maitha, Hassan, thank you very much. Baydallah, thank you. Okay, we'll move to a video presentation. I think it will be helpful to see it again because it's explain more about how do we decontaminate our equipments.
This source report has been produced by the Dublin Dental University Hospital. Successful in the processing of these basic medical devices. These tests also have the decontamination of all oral primary care local decontamination units, including general practice and podiatry services. Decontamination and sterilization processes are based on the Health Service Executive Standards and recommended practices for decontamination of RIMD in a local decontamination unit. All dental practices that provide services for the HSE must meet these minimum standards. The Health Information and Quality Authority, HIQA, has developed national standards for safer, better healthcare to describe what is required of a high-quality, safe service. HIQA require healthcare providers to have structured systems in place. These national standards were developed to control and minimize the risk of infection to patients and staff. Improving the quality of care and providing a safe working environment are fundamental activities for the HSE. One of the key factors in ensuring quality standards in a healthcare environment is the reprocessing of RIMD. Decontamination involves a combination of specific processes used to render RIMD safe for handling by staff and for subsequent use on patients. Effective decontamination of RIMD is an essential component in the prevention of healthcare-associated infection. It is critical that site-specific operational procedures are developed for each zone of the local decontamination unit, or LDU. This should consist of a combination of the HSE standards and recommended practices and manufacturers' instructions. These procedures are essential to ensure quality control, efficiency, and to reduce system variation. The process of decontamination consists of three principal components. These are cleaning, disinfection, and sterilization. Cleaning physically removes soil or debris from RIMD, including large numbers of microorganisms and the organic material they consume as a source of food and energy. Disinfection causes a significant reduction in the number of viable or living microorganisms on inanimate objects, but is not as effective at reducing the density of and killing of bacterial and fungal spores. Sterilization refers to a physical or chemical process that completely destroys all forms of viable microorganisms from an object, including spores. The decontamination life cycle highlights the extent to which decontamination affects the organization of the entire dental facility, and not just the areas where RIMD are processed. Once RIMD come in contact with blood, bone, saliva, and human tissue, they become contaminated. The decontamination life cycle process must be followed before the RIMD are used. This is the sequence that all contaminated RIMD in the dental surgery are required to follow after the RIMD have been used on patients. Effective decontamination requires the attainment of acceptable standards at all stages of the life cycle. Failure at any stage may result in inadequate decontamination. The 10 steps of the decontamination life cycle for RIMD are 1. Acquiring a medical device. 2. Cleaning. 3. Disinfection. 4. Inspection. 5. Packaging. 6. Sterilization. 7. Transport. 8. Storage. 9. Use. And 10. Transport. The Local Decontamination Unit, or LDU, of the Dublin Dental University Hospital was designed and constructed according to the HSE standards and recommended practices for decontamination of RIMD in a local decontamination unit. The floor plan of the LDU highlights the locations of the traffic light flow system, beginning with the red zone, then the amber zone, and finally the green zone. In order to achieve the 10 steps of the decontamination life cycle, it is best to design the local decontamination unit with zones similar to a traffic light flow system. The first zone is the red zone. This zone is the first point of contact in the LDU for reusable invasive medical devices, i.e. dental instruments, after they've been used on the patient. This is the most contaminated zone of all 3 zones. The next zone is the amber zone. Here, instruments have been thermally disinfected but are not sterile. This zone should only be used to inspect, pack, and prepare instruments for sterilization. The last zone is the green zone. This is the zone from where instruments are released following steam sterilization in an autoclave to the storage area before being used on a patient. In this video, we will accompany an appropriately trained dental healthcare worker through the steps of the decontamination life cycle. The first step of the decontamination life cycle is acquiring a medical device. This is the purchasing of the dental instrument. The manufacturer is obliged to provide information on the use, function, and the processes to be used for cleaning, sterilization, and if appropriate, the dismantling of the instrument. Before any device or instrument is purchased, ensure the decontamination process recommended by the manufacturer is compatible with the existing decontamination processes used in the LDU. Ensure all devices have a CE mark. This means that it conforms with European Union standards of safety. Single-use items cannot be sterilized or reused following their first use. Reuse of single-use items compromises the integrity of the device, and if they're used a second time, the product liability for its performance is then transferred from the manufacturer to the dental healthcare worker. The device is no longer fit for the intended purpose, and the user assumes all legal responsibility for any potential adverse effects arising from reuse, and is liable for sanction and/or prosecution under EU and national legislation. Once instruments come in contact with the patient, the dental team, or the environment, they are contaminated. After the patient leaves the dental chair, it is the responsibility of the dental healthcare worker to dispose of sharp items before cleaning the area and removing contaminated dental instruments from the dental chair area into a contaminated instrument box. Contaminated RIMD should only be transported to the designated decontamination unit or area in a closed container. This transport container should be lockable, so the lid cannot open accidentally, and should be clearly labelled with a biohazard symbol. The contaminated instrument box is placed in the designated receiving area in the red zone. It's important that the dental healthcare worker carries out hand hygiene according to the World Health Organization My 5 Moments for Hand Hygiene protocol. This sequence includes rubbing hands palm to palm, in between fingers, backs of fingers, thumbs, and nails. Full guidance is available on the World Health Organization website. The dental healthcare worker then dries her hands thoroughly with disposable hand towels. Using the hand towel to turn off the taps and then dispose of the hand towel in a domestic waste bin using a foot-operated pedal to open the bin. The dental healthcare worker puts on personal protective equipment, PPE. The PPE includes a full-length disposable gown, a disposable surgical cap, a full-face visor, and disposable non-sterile gloves with extended cuffs. These gloves are Category 2 gloves, which offer a higher level of protection than regular examination gloves commonly used in the dental surgery. This is the required dress code for personnel working in the red zone. A disposable visor is the best option to protect the face from splashes. This PPE should never be worn outside the LDU. The next step in the sequence of decontaminating the RIMD is step 2, cleaning. The dental healthcare worker turns on the ultrasonic valve, closes the drainage valve, adds the appropriate measure of cleaning agent, for example, detergent or enzymatic cleaner, for the machine, and fills the ultrasonic valve with water. Follow manufacturer's instructions regarding the type of water and cleaning agents to be used in the ultrasonic valve. This may be tap water or water produced by a reverse osmosis unit. In the LDU, chemicals should be stored in a designated lockable cupboard, which should be clearly labelled. Copies of safety data sheets for all chemical agents used in this area should be readily available. The dental healthcare worker removes kits, kidney dishes, and handpieces to the washer disinfector holding area. Burrs and single dental RIFD are placed on the instrument trays ready for the ultrasonic bath. Remember to open any RIFD with a hinge before placement in the ultrasonic bath. Opening the instrument ensures all areas will be cleaned thoroughly and that no parts are shielded or masked from the cleaning process. Do not overload the ultrasonic bath with RIFD. Overloading may result in the inadequate removal of organic material from the RIFD. Handle RIFD carefully to avoid percutaneous injury and use heavy-duty gloves. If any single-use burrs or items are brought into the LDU, these should be disposed of in a sharps container. This ultrasonic bath operates for a total of 6 minutes. The temperature range is a minimum of 20 degrees centigrade and reaches a maximum temperature of 40 degrees centigrade. These are the key parameters for checking the graph and releasing the instruments to the next step of the decontamination life cycle. This ultrasonic bath uses an enzymatic-based solution, which helps to break down and loosen organic contaminants from RIFD. The RIFD that are removed from the ultrasonic bath are still contaminated. When the cycle is finished, the dental healthcare worker removes the instrument trays from the ultrasonic bath, then places them on a metal tray to reduce spread of contamination caused by dripping water. The trays containing the RIFD are transferred to the washer disinfector holding area. Step 3 of the life cycle is disinfection. Here the dental healthcare worker prepares and loads the RIFD into the washer disinfector for thermal disinfection. It is important to note that thermal disinfection only occurs when a washer disinfector has been used. The dental healthcare worker opens the washer disinfector and places dental handpieces onto specific adapters provided in the washer disinfector. These are designed to facilitate cleaning and thermal disinfection of the complex internal components and channels of handpieces. Automated thermal disinfection of dental handpieces using a validated protocol with a washer disinfector is the preferred method of dental handpiece decontamination prior to sterilization. Due to their complex interior design, including the presence of narrow lumens and channels, dental handpieces should preferably be processed through a washer disinfector equipped with dental handpiece adapters, as per the specifications of the manufacturers. New washer disinfectors should have adapters for dental handpieces as standard. If using RIFD cassettes in the clinical area, load the cassettes into the washer disinfector without stacking them on top of each other or overloading them. Ensure there are sufficient gaps or holes in the cassette to allow the water and detergent to clean all the RIFD and internal areas of the cassettes. Use of cassettes is preferable to minimize instrument damage and reduce the risk of percutaneous injury from handling of contaminated RIFD. Single RIFD, for example a Coupland's chisel, should be placed in a metal meshed basket in the washer disinfector. The stages of washer disinfection are as follows. Flushing. This removes gross contamination from RIFD. Washing removes any remaining soil. Rinsing removes any additives used during the cleaning process. Disinfection. The temperature must reach a minimum of 91 degrees centigrade for 1 minute. Drying. This purges the load and chamber with heated air to remove residual moisture. The manufacturer's instructions will guide you to the type of water and cleaning agent to be used in the washer disinfector. The washer disinfector must a specially treated water supply, such as reverse osmosis generated water. Reverse osmosis, RO, is a technology that uses a semi-permeable membrane to purify water. It does this by removing large particles, including bacteria and many types of dissolved molecules and ions from the water supply. The purified RO water is collected and can be used directly or stored for future use. Dissolved chemicals and particles present in the original water supply do not pass through the RO membrane. RO technology is commonly used to generate drinking water from seawater. Reverse osmosis water is recommended for the disinfection fill stage of the washer disinfector, as this water has very low levels of dissolved or suspended chemicals and minerals. RO water is usually generated on site from a reverse osmosis unit. These units are usually equipped with a water reservoir for short-term storage of RO water. Such reservoirs are often equipped with an ultraviolet light treatment system to minimize microbial growth and multiplication. RO units used to provide RO water for autoclaves and washer disinfectors are normally configured to provide sufficient RO water for the daily demands of the equipment with minimal storage time. The quality of the water used at all stages of the cleaning process is critical to the successful outcome of the process, as the water is the last product to make contact with the RIMD prior to its subsequent use. The dental healthcare worker removes their gloves and disposes of them into the appropriate foot-operated healthcare risk waste bin. The dental healthcare worker carries out hand hygiene, dons a new pair of gloves, and performs surface cleaning. All areas which have been in contact with a contaminated RIMD must be cleaned and decontaminated. Suitable wipes for decontamination of hard surfaces must comply with appropriate European standards. Effective wipes will kill bacteria, fungi, viruses, and spores. Wipe in one direction only and do not cover the same areas twice. The disinfectant wipe must be changed if it becomes dry or heavily soiled. The surface is allowed to air dry. Before moving to the next zone, the dental healthcare worker disposes of all PPE which was worn in the red zone into the healthcare risk waste bin. If wearing protective glasses, these should be removed and disinfected with suitable disinfectant wipes. The dental healthcare worker then carries out hand hygiene. As a minimum, a manual tracking system should be in place to record the progress of RIMD through each stage of the decontamination process and allow retrospective demonstration that a particular cassette or single item RIMD has been correctly decontaminated. By having a tracking system in place, the organization can prove the sterility of the RIMD which are used for patient treatments. The dental healthcare worker reviews the graph printout produced by the ultrasonic bath and the graph printout of the washer disinfector on completion of the cycles. On completion of the cycle, document the details of the graphs, including the date, time, cycle number, the temperature, and the holding time. The graphs must be signed by a person who is suitably trained. The dental healthcare worker then carries out hand hygiene. The dental healthcare worker then dons a new gown and surgical cap. It is recommended in the standards that a residual protein test should be performed as part of the weekly tests to establish the effectiveness of the washer's cleaning process. A residual protein test is carried out on one dental instrument after thermal disinfection in the washer disinfector. This test can detect traces of contaminating proteins present on RIMD after processing through the washer disinfector. The test consists of a swab and a container of reagents. The reagents undergo a color change in the presence of protein. Select an instrument which has been used during an invasive procedure, for example, an extraction forceps. The manufacturer's instructions must be followed. Wear appropriate PPE as directed by the test manufacturer. To carry out a protein test, vigorously swab the RIMD using the test swab, focusing on hinges and crevices that may harbor traces of contamination. Unscrew the cap of the reagent container, swirl the swab in the liquid reagent for approximately 10 seconds. Remove and set aside the swab for discarding in the appropriate waste stream. Visually inspect the liquid reagent for any color change, as this indicates the presence of residual protein on the RAMD and should be recorded as a failed test. Failure indicates inadequate cleaning, which may be due to low detergent, shadowing of instruments, or a blocked spray arm of the washer disinfector. Ensure all of these are reviewed and corrected before reprocessing the failed load. Ensure that all components of the protein test are disposed of as per the manufacturer's instructions. The dental healthcare worker then carries out hand hygiene. Once the protein test has passed, the dental healthcare worker can then remove the remaining RAMD from the washer disinfector. When dental handpieces are removed from the washer disinfector, they need to be lubricated. The dental handpiece maintenance system is a machine which propels an oil-based lubricant under pressure into dental handpieces. Lubrication is essential to ensure handpieces function correctly. Only use a lubricant recommended by the dental handpiece manufacturer. We are now ready to move on to step 4, inspection, and step 5, packaging. All RAMD must be inspected prior to packaging. Ensure that there is adequate lighting in the inspection and packaging area. Check that the inside of luminant RAMD, such as high-volume suction tips, are clear. Inspect all other RAMD for debris, rusting, breakage, and hinge fractures. Wrapping or packing product in one or more layers of packaging ensures that the product will remain sterile after the sterilization process is complete. Packaging pouches are frequently used for dental RAMD. It is important to place the handle of the instrument into the pouch first. When opening the package for instrument use, the handle is met by the user's hand first, rather than the working end. This can help to avoid a percutaneous injury from sharp instruments. When packing probes and sharp instruments, use tip protectors. This will not only permit safe handling of RAMD for staff, but also protects the sterility of the instruments by preventing puncture of the pouch. As a safety precaution, probes and sharp instruments can be double bagged if tip protectors are not available. Each sterilization pouch must be sealed along the perforated line to ensure that the bag is sealed correctly. Packaging of kits involves wrapping kits in a sterilization wrap sheet. Autoclave tape is used to secure and seal the wrapped kit. The indicator marking on the autoclave tape and/or pouches change color when exposed to the steam sterilization process. We are now ready to move on to step number 6, sterilization. The autoclave, which is positioned in the green zone of the LDU, is used to sterilize the RAMD after decontamination and packaging. This is achieved by steam sterilization using a vacuum autoclave. Steam sterilization is a recommended method of sterilization in LDUs. There are a number of required tests that must be carried out daily and weekly before using the autoclave. RO water should be plumbed into the autoclave in order for successful sterilization to take place. The presence of dissolved and/or suspended chemicals in water supplied to sterilizers can result in deposits on materials during the sterilization process. If the RO water is not plumbed into the autoclave, it can be stored in easily identifiable containers. RO water should be stored in a cool area away from sunlight and high temperatures. The warm-up cycle of the autoclave is required to be carried out first thing each morning. The warm-up cycle is used to raise the temperature of the autoclave before the tests are carried out. This cycle may be selected from the types of cycles listed on the autoclave. If the autoclave does not offer a warm-up cycle, a warm-up can still be performed by selecting a Bowie and Dick cycle on the autoclave, without placing a Bowie and Dick test into the autoclave. If a warm-up cycle is not completed, all subsequent tests will fail. The warm-up cycle graph printout should be signed and documented. When the cycle is complete, it is important to check the graph printout before moving on to the next test. The second test to be completed is the vacuum leak rate test. This test is carried out on a weekly basis to detect air leakage in the autoclave chamber. It is recommended to perform this test on the first working day of the week. Air leaks can result in wet packs, as leaks may affect the drying process. Furthermore, the presence of air in the chamber prevents steam penetration of the load and can prevent sterilization. The third test to be completed is the Bowie and Dick test, which monitors an even distribution of steam penetration within the autoclave chamber during the cycle. The Bowie and Dick test must be carried out on a daily basis. The test pack is placed on a tray into an empty autoclave run on a dedicated cycle called a Bowie and Dick cycle that is 134 degrees centigrade for 3.5 minutes. The Bowie and Dick test can signal the presence of non-condensable gases. Inadequate air removal manifests as air pockets with the indicator, showing a failure of the test. Upon completion of the cycle, remove the test pack from the autoclave, open the pack, and take out the indicator sheet. The indicator sheet must have changed from a light color to an even dark color. If any difference in this color is noted, repeat the test. Failure may indicate inadequate air or water supply. Review and correct before repeating the Bowie and Dick test. If the second test also fails, it should be recorded as a fail on the indicator sheet, the autoclave log page, and the graph printout should be signed and documented. Do not proceed to the next cycle until a Bowie and Dick test has passed and the graph printout has been signed. Validation is the documented procedure for obtaining, recording, and interpreting the results needed to show that a process will consistently yield a product complying with predetermined specifications. The process of validation is to examine all aspects of the decontamination and sterilization process to determine if they are operating and functioning correctly. An independent engineered test person from an outside organization is required to service, repair, and validate the ultrasonic bath, washer disinfector, and autoclave on a regular basis. After each service and validation has taken place, a report is submitted by the company engineer to the customer. It is best practice to check and sign the validation reports prior to storage. It is a legal requirement to maintain and store validation records. If there are any failures of any of the cycles during the daily, weekly testing stage, ensure to report to the practice manager or decontamination lead. It is best practice to record and document all failures as part of the record-keeping files. If any of the daily or weekly tests fail, repeat each test again. If these repeat tests fail, do not use the autoclave. Contact the maintenance engineer to seek further advice. Once all daily and weekly tests have passed, you are now ready to process the RIMD through the autoclave. To do this, you need a tracking gun to label every packed instrument from the amber zone, which will then be placed in the autoclave trays. Ensure that the tracking gun cycle number corresponds with the autoclave cycle number, and that the correct date is also printed on the label. All tracking documentation completed throughout the decontamination cycle must be accompanied by the signature of the person completing the decontamination procedures. Once again, we'll return to the importance of maintaining a manual tracking system to record the decontamination process used on RIMD, to link them with patients on which they've been used. After loading the autoclave with the labeled RIMD, the dental healthcare worker selects the appropriate cycle for sterilization, which is 134 degrees centigrade for 3 to 4 minutes. This is the recommended temperature that must be reached in order for sterilization to be successful. The dental healthcare worker now checks the graph. This is carried out after each cycle is completed in the autoclave. The graph printout is designed to show that the operating cycles are functioning correctly, and therefore sterilization has been achieved. The graph printout will give a reading of the sterilization parameters that the autoclave has reached during the cycle. It is critical to ensure that this section of the graph is analyzed correctly. The key parameters to be checked are date, cycle number, temperature, and holding time. The sterilization holding time is the length of time the autoclave has reached and maintained 134 degrees centigrade and is the most important detail on the graph. 3 to 4 minutes at 134 degrees centigrade is required for effective sterilization. Remember to sign the graph printout after each cycle is complete. Any cycle not meeting the criteria, although indicated as a pass by the automatic controller, should be rejected. The load should be repacked and sterilized, and the sterilizer removed from service until the cause of the fault has been established and remedied. A failure of the cycle recording device should also be a cause to reject the sterilization cycle. When the autoclave is finished the cycle, it is important to use heat protective and temperature resistant autoclave gloves, as the autoclave chamber is hot. While removing the sterilization pouches and kits, the dental healthcare worker inspects all RIMD packs for damage, such as ripping, tearing, or pack perforation. If pouches or kits are wet, the RIMD have to be repacked and re-sterilized. Check that the color indicators have changed. The next step of the life cycle is number 7, transport. The instruments are transported from the autoclave to the storage area. And here we move to step 8, storage. In the storage unit, instruments should be segregated and stored appropriately. Sterile items are to be separated from unsterile wrapped items at all times. Allow instruments time to cool before placement for storage. Sterile dental or IMD should be transported in a manner that will not compromise their status. Remember, contaminated items are to be separated from decontaminated items at all times. Decontaminated items are to be separated from wrapped items for sterilization. Loss of sterility is event-related, which depends on the extent and nature of handling and environmental conditions during transportation and storage, and the quality of the packaging material. It is important to remember that dental or IMD must be stored at room temperature, must not be exposed to sunlight, must not be stored on the floor, and must not be stored under conditions where they could become wet or damp. The next step of the cycle is number 9, use. This is where dental or IMD are ready to be used. Instrument pouches and kits should only be opened once a patient has presented for dental treatment. Each pouch must be opened using the peel back technique. The next step of the life cycle is number 10, transport. This is where used RIMD are returned to the local decontamination unit after use to commence the decontamination life cycle process. At the end of the working day, ensure that all graph printouts and related test results from all machines in the LDU are logged and stored so that they can be easily retrieved should they be required. Storage of these records is a requirement of the HSE standards and recommended practices. It is important to remember that each step of the decontamination life cycle is critical to the end product. Failure to adhere to any step of the decontamination life cycle may result in inadequate decontamination of RIMD with the possibility of subsequent infection of patient and practitioner. It is important that each local decontamination unit adheres to the HSE standards recommended practices required for LDUs of the Dental Council of Ireland's Code of Practice for Infection, Prevention and Control.
Any question يا اخوان؟ اي سؤال؟ Any question before we move to the break? أهلا أحمد، شكرا. سلمان، نورا، لميا, thank you very much. أمل, thank you. لميا. Have a break for مغرب. ناخذ بريك لصلاة المغرب يا أخوان. إن شاء الله كل المحاضرات حنرسلها لكم إن شاء الله يا أخوان. طيب we'll be back إن شاء الله يا أخوان الساعة 7:10 بمشيئة الله بعد صلاة المغرب. الأخ أحمد الغامدي يا ليت تتواصل مع الأدمن مع الإدارة في موضوع التحضير الخاص بك، لأن لا أعلم حقيقة إيش النظام فيها. شكرا بسمة. Thank you. علي, thank you. طيب we will be back يا أخوان الساعة 7:10 بمشيئة الله. نراكم على خير إن شاء الله. Assalamu alaikum and welcome back again. We'll start our activity for today. We'll continue our activity. It's about the sporicide. The lecture will address the role of microbiocides or biocides in the decontamination and disinfection of clinical instruments and clinical environments. The lecture investigates the current advice given to and by local NHS trusts in the UK and the role of governmental and European Union regulation on the testing and use of such biocides. The lecture also outlines a set of principles designed to allow the infection control practitioners to identify suitable biocides for use in varying clinical situations. The history and development of modern biocide in healthcare applications have been discussed in length and reviews. Biocide should only be used for disinfection if the contaminated items are considered to be of a medium risk, that low risk items should simply be clean. Of all NHS and HSE procedures, we surveyed in preparation of this lecture, and only one placed full confidence in cleaning as a first and most important line of defense against contamination in healthcare environment. This approach underlines the importance of environmental decontamination rather than antibiotic use in the control of infection in a clinical situation. Current example of this approach would include bare below elbow clinical hand washing campaigns, increase availability of alcohol hand rubs, the abolition of white coat, infection control policies about not wearing uniforms outside work, and not sitting on beds, etc. Biocide should not be used for the purpose of sterilizing high-risk contaminant items. Sterilization in clinical environment is achieved by the use of heat, vapor, pressure, and high-energy radiation. However, some clinical equipments, e.g. gastrointestinal GI tract, despite their apparent high-risk status due to being in contact with intact mucous membranes and non-sterile body cavity, cannot be sterilized via these methods due to their fragile and heat-labile nature. Hence, they must be treated as medium-risk items and disinfected by the use of biocides. Using this flowchart and the corresponding risk classification, it is possible to determine the most suitable decontamination regimen for the contaminated material equipment. رابط التحضير يجيبونها الزملاء بعد شوية إن شاء الله. Is the biocide fit for purpose? That is, the biocide capable of decontaminating the environment or instrument in the question. Is the biocide suitable for the treatment of the likely target microorganism? Hence, it is left to the user to identify best biocide to use against a specific or likely microbial target. This is best done by the application of knowledge and experience regarding the nature of the equipment environment to be disinfected and the suitability of suggested biocide for that role. This selection procedure expanded upon below. So is the biocide safe for use? All clinical and patient-associated environment and instrument will contain some levels of oxygenous organic material, which will reduce the overall efficacy of the biocide unless thoroughly cleaned prior to biocide use. Therefore, appropriate and ideally automated cleaning should be the initial step in the decontamination of equipment. It is sometimes necessary to try to identify suitable biocides for specific probable microbial contaminants. This process should include a consideration of the physicochemical and engineering properties of the site equipment to be disinfected, and others have already addressed this elsewhere. Once these considerations have been made, the next step is to identify the likely contaminant microorganisms. This method is similar to that used by a clinician identifying the frank pathogen associated with a particular infectious disease state. A competent clinical microbiologist or clinical practitioner اليوم نخلص على الساعة 10 بمشيئة الله. A competent clinical microbiologist or clinical practitioner can be trained to identify key characteristics about the contaminated site equipment in such way as to help determine the best biocide for use. For clinical equipment, what is the site of contact with or within the patient? For example, sigmoidoscope will most likely be contaminated with fecal coliform and Clostridium species, while a cystoscope and bronchoscope will most likely be contaminated with Staphylococcus and Streptococci. Hence, biocide should be selected to target these specific contaminants, while taking into consideration the delicate and oxidable nature of this equipment. For clinical environmental sites, the presence of dust and dehydrated environment may predict the presence of bacterial endospore. Hence, sporicidal agents should be used to disinfect these situations, like splash zones where under controlled water is present, area likely to be contaminated with Pseudomonas species, and possibly pathogenic protozoa such as Acanthamoeba species. Hence, these environments would predict the use of highly active water-soluble biocides. Despite the fact that HSC is responsible for maintenance of the HSC database and the registration process itself, it is interesting normally that HSC doesn't contain within its register the product that form the largest volume of unused biocide in the UK. This is probably because of the custom and practice approach most healthcare institutions use when selecting biocides for clinical use. This means that most clinical biocides were in use, therefore, before the current regulatory regimen was established. As yet, there has been a sufficient pressure to register existing clinical biocide products, and partially as a result of this situation, there is a limited evidence base for the application of unused clinical biocides in the UK. All are highly active against a range of vegetative microbial cells. A recent paper suggested that a widely used aqueous form of povidone iodine is inferior to alcohol-based povidone iodine in disinfection of skin prior to insertion of central line catheters. However, another source has previously suggested that chlorhexidine is more effective than povidone iodine in the same role. Indeed, chlorhexidine has now largely subsumed other antimicrobials in a variety of typical roles in clinical situations. It is particularly interesting to note that many of the biocides currently used in clinical situations have fallen into disuse in other working environments due to their associated toxicity or ability to cause irritation and allergy. In particular, the use of some aldehyde halogen phenolics has largely ceased in these environments except under stringent control conditions. This is an indication of both the conservative nature of the clinical environment in the adoption and use of biocide and of the necessity to maintain use of potentially harmful substances due to the overriding requirements to ensure decontamination. It is also interesting to note that as a result of this shift away from proven biocide in non-clinical laboratories, these facilities are now struggling to find a suitable replacement with a proven efficacy, non-toxicity, and non-allergenic effects. Alcohol is 70% ethanol, isopropanol, aldehyde, chlorhexidine, chlor dioxide, and halogen. Chlorine dioxide like trisol, and detol like chloroxylenol, and halogen like povidone iodine. The list of biocide: hexachlorophene, hydrogen peroxide, phenolinic, triclosan, and superoxidase saline. The document provided by the various NHS trusts do not consider testing regimen for the biocides they use. However, the Scottish NHS Board occasionally make reference to overall NHS Scotland. The review does not reveal any specific guidance on biocide testing, but an emphasis on the audit and quality control procedures. From an infection control and microbiological perspective, this approach is flawed. It fails to address the specific appropriateness of individual named biocides. It leaves the final decision on biocide selection and testing in the hands of the local service managers. Despite this lack of real national guidance on this issue, the EU has developed an entire draft of testing procedures. They can be used by manufacturers or users as aids to the selection of biocides for various purposes. Therefore, it would appear that whilst there are sufficient appropriate testing standards to aid in the selection of clinical biocides, most of the national and local guidance documentation does not refer to these standards or insist on their use. One example of this lack of suitable test standard of Clostridium difficile, this is one of the most important emerging nosocomial agent, and yet there is no current EN test for its presence in clinical situation. However, anecdotal evidence from biocide manufacturers procedure are now self-testing their products according to US standards. These test results are then often used as part of the sales and post-sales support literature provided by manufacturers. Triclosan have one significant example of de novo resistance. Triclosan is known to have a single enzyme target in the bacterial cell wall, which is ACP. A single target triclosan toward possible resistant mechanism based upon the potential for the structure of the protein. Whilst there is no current evidence to suggest that there have been any cases of clinical antibiotic resistant infection as a result of triclosan cross-resistant, there is a firm evidence of triclosan and antibiotic resistance and Acinetobacter baumannii. Such evidence cannot be entirely ruled out. Regardless of the exact nature of the observed resistance, the end result of this resistance is potential for biocide to be less effective in a clinical situation. This is a biocide used to decontaminate specific environment or instrument may no longer do so. The situation is obviously unsatisfactory as it may take several episodes of patient infection to identify the failure. Anecdotal evidence suggests that examples of biocide failure events are not uncommon. The literature, while it's containing many scholarly articles in biocide-resistant development in nosocomial microorganisms, contains no current examples of proven nosocomial infection. Despite this, it is suggested that given the obvious potential for such resistance to develop, that it is only a matter of time before such an infection event occurs. Opportunistic pathogen as an infectious microorganism that is normally a commensal or doesn't harm its host. A search of several other online biological and clinical dictionaries yield the similar definitions for them, for the term. Due to translocation of the infection microorganism, subsequent microbial phenotypic change, which results in infectious disease. It can also be defined as follows. Opportunistic pathogens are infectious microorganisms that are normally commensal or do no harm to their host, but can cause disease when the host resistance is low. Or the microorganism and translocated to a novel site within the host. Using this definition and reviewing the appropriate literature, it is possible to identify the list of likely opportunistic pathogens. Organisms focus upon reflux mechanism. In most cases, the presence of and upregulation of efflux mechanism. However, several papers address the increased presence of biocide in clinical and domestic environment. The clinical environment, the biofilm mode of growth, may explain some of the observed phenotypic tolerance towards biocide. The role of sub-MIC presence of biocide in the domestic and clinical environment must not be underestimated. Opportunistic pathogens include Acinetobacter, Candida, Clostridia, Histoplasma, Legionella, and Microsporidium. Mycobacterium, Pneumocystis, Pseudomonas, Staphylococcal, Streptococcal, Pneumoniae, Biogenus, and Toxoplasma gondii. So what are the future trends given the lack of either national or EU guidance on the selection and testing of the biocide for use of clinical situation? It is unlikely that a unified system of regulation will appear anytime soon. However, it is possible that clinical and scientific community may be in a position to drive the development of such guidelines by provision of an evidence base. Until such guidelines are developed, the managing authorities of the various components. In such circumstances, it is probable that the use of biocides in clinical situation will continue to be the cause. And the practice is informed by occasional literature or HSC intervention. Any question, إخوان? أي سؤال؟ شكرا للشدوخي محمد. Thank you. وفاء. Thank you all of you. ماجدة. Thank you. حنان. أحمد. نزيك. راغب. بدر. Thank you all of you. Okay, Juan, we'll provide you with a video presentation. Hopefully it will be helpful about sporocytes.
Hello, this is Tim Sandel, back with you with another video. And this video is all about sporocytes, which are the powerful chemicals that are used as part of clean room contamination control in rotation with a non-sporicidal disinfectant. Okay, so let's move on to the presentation. So the first thing is that there are different ways to kill and to inactivate microorganisms. So we can use methods of sterilization, such as ethylene oxide gas, which is really powerful, penetrates materials. We can use heat, which denatures organisms. We can bombard them with radiation. We can filter them out, and so on. Now, disinfection is a different concept to sterilization. So whereas sterilization seeks to destroy a high number of bacteria and fungi through a demonstrable process where we can reduce up to 1 million cells or more, disinfection seeks to bring a high number down to a low number. So it isn't sterilization, but it is still very effective. And now there are different types of disinfection, and there's a whole range of different types of disinfectants. So disinfection can be about killing, or it can be about inhibiting. So for killing, we say something is microcidal. For inhibiting, we say something is microstatic. And most disinfectants do not kill bacterial spores. They kill all the organisms in their vegetative state. And there's previous videos where we've looked at bacterial spores and we've looked at fungal spores. And disinfection is not always just a chemical. It also refers to the use of ultraviolet light, for example. Then we have this special class of disinfectants called sporocytes. And there aren't many sporocytes on the market, as we'll have a look at in a moment. There are also the term high-level disinfectants, sometimes used to describe sporocytes. And there's a good definition in the United States Pharmacopoeia that says that a sporicide is an agent that will destroy bacterial spores and fungal spores if it's at the right concentration and if it's in contact for the right length of time with those organisms on the surface. Also, you may get manufacturers who produce products and say they're sporicide, and they might put in the right types of chemicals. But you do need to prove that against an acceptable standard. So within Europe, there is a range of disinfectant test standards, and a microbiology laboratory, like the microbiology laboratory at BPL, will have to undergo rigorous testing of those disinfectants against bacteria and fungi under different conditions, some clean conditions, or where there might be the presence of some matter where it hasn't been totally removed by detergents, and maybe under different temperatures and for different time periods. So there's a lot of evaluation that goes into the mix. So, as I said, most disinfectants are not sporicidal, so alcohols are not sporicidal, so IPA, ethanol. Quats, to give them their full name, quaternary ammonium compounds, are not sporicidal, neither are amphoterics. Now, sporicides are quite nasty chemicals, and they all are. So there is no nice sporicide on the market. And that's because they're intended to kill all living things. So no chemical can be overly pleasant. So we have to protect the operator through appropriate PPE, such as wearing clothing that's going to offer a degree of resistance to gloves and respirators. And there are some sporicides that are completely now banned from the market, like formaldehydes, because they are mutagens and could then cause cancer. So what are some of the common sporicides on the market? Well, first of all, there's one called chlorine dioxide, and it's known as an oxidizing agent, which refers to the way that when it gets into a bacterial cell, it basically causes an oxidative reaction that disrupts all the cellular machinery inside the cell. And it comes as a two-part material, so it has an acid base and then something to activate it. So an example of a commercial product that's chlorine dioxide is one called Bispol. The limitations with chlorine dioxides are that the chlorine activity only lasts for a period of time, about 4 hours, and they're very corrosive. So when they're applied to stainless steel, they have to have a water rinse fairly quickly, otherwise they will cause rusting to occur on the item. Then we have one called hydrochloric acid, that is a kind of weaker acid that's kind of chlorine activated. We have looked at that one. It does cause a little bit of pitting of stainless steel. Then we have hydrogen peroxide, which is another one of these oxidizing agents, and it kills organisms by producing these hydroxyl free radicals that come zap through cells and kill them. It's a wide spectrum of activity. And its kind of main downside is that if a surface is not completely clean, then the presence of organic material will inactivate the hydrogen peroxide, and it does produce a vapor. There are also on the market combination products, so these are hydrogen peroxide and peroxide acid blends together, and these are also very effective. The smell is quite strong. It's like a concentrated form of vinegar, but again, a kind of effective product. An example of that would be Sport Cleanse. So although these sporicides are really good and really powerful, there are factors that will affect their efficacy in terms of how effective they are when they're used in the environment. So we need to make sure they're the right concentration, because that's been specially formulated. We need to make sure that the disinfectant is in contact with the surface for the right length of time, and that is renewed if it dries out, because you want it to have wet contact time. You're going to get differences in types of surfaces, different physicochemical reactions. If water is needed to dilute a disinfectant, that water needs to be of good purity. If the water was hard in terms of ions, about tap water at home, you get a scaling. That can also help to deactivate the disinfectant, so you need to use really good quality water. And also, how many microorganisms are there? The more that are there, the longer it's going to take to kill those organisms. So temperature's really important. So if we're going to use sporicides in, say, cold rooms, for example, then we would need to increase the contact time of those sporicides in cold rooms because they're going to take longer to kill. And there's a kind of complex relationship between disinfectant contact time and the ambient temperature. And then different surfaces. So there's different studies that have been done to show that surfaces differ in how quickly or not they kill things. So we might need to find the optimal time. So often the contact time quoted is one that's been evaluated against a range of different surfaces. But it does say that steel needs a longer than glass, for example. Other factors are cleanliness. I'm emphasising this in these various videos that you can't just go and use a disinfectant. You've got to clean the surface first. The application of detergent is of great importance. You also need to spray that white. Simply spraying is no good. Spray pray. It needs to be sprayed. It needs to be wiped. And it needs to be wiped properly. We've gone through wiping in the previous video as well. And also, we need to be mindful of older surfaces when we get scratches and crevices and so on. Then they can be tougher because spores get lodged into those surfaces. We also need to assess whether the disinfectant is going to dry out. So in clean rooms with fast air change rates, particularly grade A, we've got unidirectional airflow coming down, then we need to make sure that the surface remains wet, it starts to dry out, and it's within the contact time. Then we need to put another application of that disinfectant down onto that surface. And we also need to make sure that the material is stable across the shelf life, and then we've got material in buckets. So, for example, we've done evaluations to show that it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours because after a period of time, then the active ingredient is not as available, and the efficacy of that sporicide is not as great as it once was. And also, we need to make sure that we're applying correctly, we're using appropriate techniques, and we're mindful of everything that we're doing. It may not be as easy to apply sporicide, but doing it correctly is still of the utmost importance. So that was the video.
Okay, we'll move to the next presentation. It's about bacterial debulking. Health-acquired infections, HAI, result in a significant patient morbidity and mortality. Biofilms are ubiquitous. They represent the dominant form of life in inanimate objects and the surfaces of all living organisms. Routine hygienic measures and extraordinary disinfection can limit the risk caused by microbes, but have been found lacking in being able to reduce the incidence of HAI and the emergence of resistance to antimicrobials. The pioneers of modern infection control, like Nightingale and Lister, all appreciated, albeit indirectly, the need to limit the transfer of microbes from the hands of the healthcare workers and the environment in order to improve patient outcomes. In fact, Nightingale found that when the environment of the hospital was kept clean, death rates associated with cholera, typhus, and dysentery were reduced from 42 up to 2%. Now, more than 150 years after those seminal observations, healthcare-acquired infection HAI continue to plague healthcare. Hand hygiene campaigns and other interventions have focused on reducing the transmission of microbes from healthcare workers to patients. However, despite best efforts, infection acquired during hospital stay are the most common complication in hospital care and one of the most serious patient safety concerns. The cost to treat HAI results in additional 19.5 days. Medicine is facing an epidemic spread of biofilm-related infections. The built environment of hospital has not been spread. Bacteria, when found in surfaces within the hospital, are resistant within the biofilm. These aggregates of bacteria often reside within a complex polymeric matrix, may exist as a single population of the same strain or as members of a complex and dynamic population of gram-negative and positive microbes. Although biofilm may form on any mammalian tissue, particular tissue that is ischemic or devitalized, biofilm form best on artificial surfaces. Infection The formation of complex and dynamic biofilm typically requires contributions from the host. May include intracellular crosstalk between and host and microbes within community for optimal cavity. Bacteria have been growing as communities in biofilm for billions of years. Evolutionary adaptation has enabled them to withstand the substantial perpetuation while constantly increasing their fitness. Any effective strategy for controlling biofilm in hospital services must take into account the following: how they are influenced and are protected by the extracellular polymeric substances, APS, the role that microcolonies of individual members of community serve, the water channel architecture of the community responsible for the nutrients delivery and waste removal, the overall ability of the community to withstand frequent disturbance. The acquisition of infection while hospitalized is community. And hospitalized is a complex and sophisticated process dependent upon many variables. The majority of HAI are thought to result from the indigenous transfer of the offending microbe from the microbiome of the patient. Regulatory agencies such as WHO and CDC have made hand hygiene compliance with essential components of their integrated approach for reducing HAI. Despite differences in methods, there was sufficient evidence to conclude that persons and environmental hygiene reduced the spread of infections. In subsequent years, hand hygiene has been found to be clearly effective against the gastrointestinal illnesses and to a lesser extent in respiratory infections. Recent literature continued to provide ever-increasing evidence that contaminated hospital services may be a source of transmission of pathogens. In hospital services with hand contact are often contaminated with nosocomial pathogens and may serve as a vector for cross-transmission. Nurses frequently acquire MRSA on their gloves after touching surfaces near colonized patients. Patients treated in rooms previously occupied by individuals colonized or infected with MRSA, VRE, or Clostridium difficile are at a higher risk of acquiring the organism than patients admitted to rooms where previous occupants did not have colonization or infection. In concert with moving between objects and surfaces, microbes have inherent ability to colonize any surface. Studies have shown that microbes can persist for days to weeks and still steal surfaces and polymeric materials typically used to fabricate commonly touched surfaces and healthcare facilities. MRSA may exist on touched surfaces for as long as 360 days. Spore-forming bacteria, including Clostridium difficile, can survive for months. The longer the nosocomial pathogen persists on surface, the longer it may be a source of transmission to a susceptible patient or HCW. Frequently touched surfaces such as doorknobs, washknob, plates, bed rails, faucet handles, and IV poles have been identified as reservoirs of pathogen of microbes. The standard concentration of aerobic colony forming units on surface commonly accepted as benign is 2.5 CFU. When the microbial burden on objects exceeds this level, it is likely that transmission will occur at a higher rate. CDC guidelines for disinfection and sterilization of healthcare facilities describe reducing rates of HAI through appropriate use of disinfection and sterilization of the patient care environment. These guidelines incorporated disinfection strategy based on the predicted degree of risk involved in the use of inanimate objects. An increasing body of evidence suggests that enhanced cleaning, disinfection of environment service can reduce contamination of HCW and thus reduce transmission of hospital pathogens. However, numerous reports indicate that high percentage of environmental services are not cleaned well during terminal cleaning. Hand hygiene and hospital cleaning measured after patient discharge are but some of the established healthcare interventions to help mitigate HAI. Several technologies deploying antimicrobial agents such as ultraviolet light and hydrogen peroxide are being advocated for controlling pathogens within the built environment through their routine use. Additionally, antimicrobial agents are being incorporated into coating and polymeric material. Manufacturers have incorporated nanosilvers matrix, triclosan or saline-based agents into coating and or additives within implications of antimicrobial benefits. In laboratory tests, the coating and additives do not kill bacteria under ambient conditions of temperature and humidity. Alternatively, copper alloys have natural antimicrobial properties, and in 2008, EPA registered nearly 300 copper-containing alloys as antimicrobial with public health claim. The ability of solid copper and its registered alloy for controlling the growth of microbes has been well documented in a series of in vitro studies. Common to each study was the ability to copper to kill and inactivate in case of viruses. A multi-center study in the medical intensive care unit of 3 large hospitals in the United States concluded that antimicrobial copper services were effective in reducing infection by reducing burden. In a multi-center study in the medical intensive care unit, the 3 large hospitals in the United States concluded that antimicrobial copper services were effective in reducing infection by reducing burden. The studies addressed the degree to which microorganisms prevalent in the highly touched non-critical items contributed to the incidence, which HAI or colonization by MRSA or VRE are acquired in the ICU. The objects were selected based on a limited survey of the most highly microbial burden items within the ICU that were frequently contacted by patients, healthcare workers, and visitors. The high-touch object services selected for copperization were rails of the bed, patient beds, the surface of over-bed tray table, the nurse and call button, a computer mouse, and IV port. One of the possible data input devices, the palm wrist of the common laptop computer located in patient rooms, on the bezel associated with the touch screen cardiac monitor suspended from ceiling. Results from their study first established that copper was able to lower the resident microbial burden on 6-HTO resident within active clinical environment. In concert with the routine infection control practices, they learned that the average microbial burden found for the 6 object assist in the dynamic environment of the ICU during the pre-intervention phase of their study was 28 times higher than levels suggested as benign immediately after terminal cleaning. During the intervention phase of the study, addition of copper surfaced objects to the ICU resulted in a significant lower concentration for both the control and copper surface objects. MRSA and VRE were recovered from the sample service objects with routine frequency over the entire study period. Of the approximately 7,000 control object sampled were found to harbor MRSA. And considering the risk of acquiring one of these pathogens from the environment, they found that on a per sample basis, copper surfaces were approximately 6 times less likely to harbor one of these pathogens. The combined MRSA and VRE burden were 96% lower on copper surfaces than in comparable plastic, wood, metal, and painted surfaces, and were 98 lower on the bit rates. In comparing the maximum concentration recovered from the rail surfaced with copper against its equivalent plastic bed rail, it was found that the maximum concentration seen in the control bed rail was 17 times higher than the maximum value recovered from copper surfaced rail. These data suggested that in order to keep the bacterial burden below the risk-based threshold, ICU bed would likely to require cleaning at enhanced intervals, resulting in substantial increase to workload for HSC and environmental services. Unlike programs for better compliance with infection control, such as hand hygiene or barrier precautions, the antimicrobial activity of copper surfaced object is not dependent on additional training or supervision. Additional reduction to the bacterial burden manifested by copper objects observed during active patient care approached the reduction level of 99%. Cleaning can remove pathogens associated with hospital surface. However, surface might not be adequately cleaned or may become recontaminated. Cleaning with subsequent application of hospital-grade disinfectant was found to reduce the main concentration by 82%. A larger study where the rails of 488 beds were evaluated over a period of 21 months, independent of cleaning and disinfection. It was similar, found that copper surface rail were able to maintain the bacterial concentration at below 2.5 CFU. Additionally, the antimicrobial activity of copper was continuous in its ability to limit the bacterial burden found in the bed rates. In reviewing the other substantially burdened objects, the nurse call button and arms of the visitor chairs, here again the antimicrobial properties of copper were evident. Further, Marseille, VRE, and gram-negative bacteria were absent from all of the copper samples, arguing that risk mitigation provided by copper surfaces might be greater than data suggest. The demonstration that antimicrobial activity of copper further, it is intuitive to argue that minimize the HA risk to a patient. Any methods that can augment the effectiveness of hand hygiene and routine cleaning will likely translate into lower rates of HAI. The demonstration that antimicrobial activity of copper surfaces was continuous in its effectiveness should greatly enhance routine and terminal cleaning practices required on hospital with likely consequences of reduction. Independent of its ability to augment cleaning, copper surfaces have also been shown to limit horizontal genes transmission among this bacteria. The fact that copper surfaces have been shown to prevent plasmid-mediated horizontal transfer of beta-lactamase genes between microbes offer and added benefits for its utilization in the fabrication of frequently touched surfaces. It has been shown that exposure to solid metallic copper and its alloys result in the rapid intracellular degradation of DNA, and that this process commenced upon exposure is coincident with its antimicrobial action and is broad spectrum in its activity. In addressing clinical implication, of antimicrobial copper surfaces, another study investigated whether the placement of copper alloy surface objects within the patient room in the ICU would reduce the risk of HAI. It is an intention to treat style the trial. They learned that placement of copper alloys into the 6 previously described H2O within the medical ICU reduced the risk of acquiring an HAI. The principal outcome revealed that the rate of HAI acquisition and or Marseille or VRE colonization of patients treated in ICU rooms with copper alloy surfaces was significantly lower than that of standard ICU rooms. These data argue that burden and infection are linked. In considering this question, the study demonstrated that patients in rooms with higher bacterial burden on the 6 served objects were significantly more likely to develop HAI than those in rooms with lower burden, regardless of the presence or absence of copper. Such an observation may be counted by considering the possibility that persons with active infection are more likely to shed bacterial culture by environmental sampling. Given these data taken in concert with the previous studies, a strategy where the environment is debulked of its intrinsic microbial burden has profound and far-reaching implications for limiting the spread of microbes and reducing the incidence of environmental mediated HAI. Previous attempts to reduce HAI with such approach as prevention bundles, hand hygiene, and patient screening have required the continuous engagement of reinforcement of behaviors from HCW and environmental services staff. In contrast, copper alloy surfaces differ In contrast, copper alloy services offer a passive and continuous way to reduce and then control this intrinsic burden. Staff charged with the task of reducing HAI need not take additional steps, follow complex algorithms, or obtain buy-in from other providers. Also because the antimicrobial effect associated with metallic copper at its alloy is intrinsic property of the element or alloy, the rapid regrowth of microbes is mitigated. So in conclusion, from the overwhelming evidence developed from the applications of antimicrobial copper reinforce the centuries-old observation of Nightingale that environmental contamination does contribute to the rate with which HAI are acquired and remain a clear and present danger to patients. Thus, an infection control strategy taking the advantage of reducing the intrinsic environmental microbial burden should lead to fewer HAI. While the results with antimicrobial copper are remarkable, the clinical significance beyond the ICU and economic consequences associated with concomitant reduction to burden and infection have not been fully explored. Multi-center trials must address these issues. First, to specifically explore the efficacy with which the intervention with antimicrobial copper services limits the acquisition of infections in high-risk units. Secondly, to assess the impact of the interventions on the length of stay, readmission rates, and overall treatment cost. That was the last presentation. Any question يا إخوان؟ أي سؤال قبل صلاة العشاء؟ عندنا طبعا one video. I'll show you one video. Any question يا إخوان؟ شكرا جميلة لميا مشال أسماء thank you all of you. Ali, Nasir, thank you very much all of you. Fahad, thank you very much. Reem, Mishal, thank you all of you. Hatun, Abdul Rahman, thank you very much. Ahmed, thank you. Riham, Abdullah, thank you all of you. طيب يا إخوان, we'll move to the video so we can have some time to have Isha pray.
Reasons for cleaning and disinfection. The predominant reason for cleaning and disinfection of endoscopes is to prevent the transmission of disease. This is achieved by observing standard precautions. This includes hand washing, wearing personal protective clothing, and utilising the appropriate method of reprocessing for flexible endoscopes. Infectious agents that can be transmitted by inadequately cleaned endoscopes and accessories include bacteria such as Helicobacter, Pseudomonas, Salmonella, viruses including hepatitis B virus,
and hepatitis C virus, and others such as prions. The most important rule of any effective reprocessing is clean it, clean it, clean it. The most important step in endoscope reprocessing is thorough manual cleaning prior to disinfection or sterilisation. Endoscopes that have not been adequately cleaned cannot be properly disinfected or sterilised, even with prolonged exposure times. In order for manual cleaning to be effective, it must be performed by a person familiar with the structure of the endoscope and trained in cleaning techniques. Be undertaken immediately after the endoscope is used so that secretions do not dry and harden within the channels. Include the use of an appropriate enzymatic or biofilm remover. Include the cleaning of both internal and external surfaces of the endoscope. Prepare equipment, personal protective equipment, fluid repellent gowns that provide full skin protection for arms and body. Safety goggles, spectacles, or face shields should be used when reprocessing endoscopes and when handling hazardous substances, especially where splashing of the concentrated solution may occur. Gloves used when reprocessing endoscopes must be impervious to the cleaning agents and biocides being used. Disposable gloves can be used if contact with these chemicals is for only short periods and contact with the skin is preventable. Accessories: cleaning adapters and syringes, lint-free cloths, octopus or flushing systems relevant to your endoscope brand and model, toothbrush, short stubby brush, brush for each channel selected for correct size, leak tester, chemicals, enzymatic solution or a biofilm remover such as Matrix. Process: wash hands, then don personal protective equipment. Pre-cleaning: in the examination room immediately after the procedure, wipe the insertion tube from the control head to the distal tip with a disposable cloth dampened in fresh enzymatic or biofilm solution. Aspirate the solution through the suction channels using short, sharp bursts. Purge air-water channels by depressing and releasing the air-water button several times to flush the air-water channel by using brand-specific cleaning buttons when appropriate. Disconnect the water bottle and suction tubing from the endoscope, taking care not to contaminate them. Remove the endoscope from the light source. Attach the protective video cap if using a video endoscope. Transport to the cleaning area in a container to prevent contamination of the environment. Leak testing. It is essential to leak test the endoscope according to the manufacturer's instructions. All endoscopes should be leak tested after each patient use and prior to immersion. The leak test will detect any damage in the internal channels and exterior surfaces of the endoscope. After removing all detachable parts, such as buttons, biopsy caps, and flushing adapters, attach the leak tester and pressurize the endoscope. Fully immerse the endoscope in fresh, clear water and observe for a continuous stream of bubbles. If the leak tester has a pressure gauge, as with Pentax endoscopes, observe for pressure loss prior to the immersion, as this indicates a significant leak, in which case the endoscope must not be immersed. Observe the head of the endoscope, the insertion tube, and the umbilical cable for any bubbles coming from the endoscope. Flex the distal bending section of the endoscope in all directions using the control wheels. Flexing may help to detect a damaged section that would otherwise go unnoticed. The processor head must be removed from the water before disconnecting the leak tester. Cleaning. Prepare biofilm remover, matrix solution, or enzymatic detergent solution. Prepare fresh biofilm remover, matrix, or enzymatic detergent solution as per the manufacturer's instructions for reprocessing each endoscope. A fresh solution prevents cross-contamination. Ensure the endoscope remains fully immersed throughout the cleaning process. Clean accessories. Brush and clean non-disposable parts with a small soft brush, paying particular attention to all surfaces and lumens. Place buttons and valves in the ultrasonic. Matrix biofilm remover may also be used in your ultrasonic. Buttons should be thoroughly rinsed after removal from the ultrasonic and prior to sterilization or high-level disinfection. Brush and wipe exterior. Wash all debris from outer surfaces by brushing and wiping the endoscope. Use of non-abrasive and lint-free cleaning tools will prevent damage to the instrument. Use a soft brush to gently clean the distal tip. Brush the control handles. Soft toothbrushes are useful to clean grooved handles. Brush the biopsy port. Brush around valve seats and clean thoroughly. And finally, clean the suction port. Check that all visible debris has been removed. Brush all channels. Using a long brush, brush all accessible endoscope channels, including the body, the insertion tube, and the umbilical cable or universal cord of the endoscope. After each brush passage, the tip should be checked for debris before retracting or reinsertion. Rinse the brush tip in the detergent solution, removing any visible debris. Continue brushing until there is no debris visible on the brush tip. Use a brush size compatible with each channel. If the brush is too small, debris can be missed. Too large a brush can become lodged. Discard single-use brushes after use. Clean reusable brushes, then ultrasound and sterilize prior to reuse. Inspect reusable brushes between uses and replace when bristles are worn, missing, frayed, bent, if the shaft is kinked or the brush is otherwise damaged. Attach cleaning adapters and flushing systems. Check the manufacturer's instructions. Attach all flushing connectors and systems and purge all channels thoroughly with fresh enzymatic or matrix solution, especially those channels which cannot be brushed. For biofilm removal, shear forces through flushing are as important as contact time. For enzymatic products, specific contact time is required to allow enzymes to penetrate organic material. Immerse the endoscope and its internal channels for the contact time specified on the label of the solution. All channel entrances must be under the surface of the detergent to ensure that no air enters the channel when the endoscope is immersed. Purge internal channels with air after contact time while fully immersed. Discard detergent solution after each use. Water rinse. Flush all channels thoroughly with clean water to remove any enzymatic or biofilm remover. Rinse the outer surfaces of the endoscope with clean running water to remove all traces of detergent prior to disinfection. Purge water from all channels with air to remove rinsing water prior to disinfection. Remove these attachments where necessary in preparation for automated reprocessing. These attachments may not be removed if manual soaking is the method of disinfection. Removing water from all channels and the exterior of the endoscope prevents dilution of the biocide used for disinfection. Clean running water should be used. The use of clean water for each endoscope will limit the potential for cross-infection. The amount of water required to thoroughly rinse the endoscope after cleaning will vary according to the design and length of the instrument. Dry external surfaces. Pat dry the outer surfaces of the endoscope with a soft lint-free cloth prior to manual disinfection, Medivator and steroid usage. Disinfection, sterilization. Disinfect the endoscope following the manufacturer's instructions for automated endoscope reprocessors or manual disinfection. The same principles apply to the cleaning of Pentax and Fusion on endoscopes. They are wiping, suction, leak testing, brushing, flushing enzymatic, air, then water, followed again by air.
Okay, I think we will move for Aisha break. We'll have a break for almost 40 minutes. We will be back at 9 p.m. معليش تأخرنا شوية اليوم بس علشان إن شاء الله يكون جدولنا طيب إن شاء الله واضح للجميع. هي اللي بيطلع بريك يطلع للصلاة يا إخوان، بس خلي الزوم شغال لا تفصل الزوم. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back again. We will review the last video, which is about the flexible endoscope cleaning. I believe it is important to see it again. احنا بقينا محاضرتين طبعا يا اخوان، نخلص على 10 اليوم ان شاء الله.
Reasons for cleaning and disinfection. The predominant reason for cleaning and disinfection of endoscopes is to prevent the transmission of disease. This is achieved by observing standard precautions. This includes hand washing, wearing personal protective clothing, and utilizing the appropriate method of reprocessing for flexible endoscopes. Infectious agents that can be transmitted by inadequately cleaned endoscopes and accessories include bacteria such as Helicobacter, Pseudomonas, Salmonella, viruses including hepatitis B virus and hepatitis C virus, and others such as prions. The most important rule of any effective reprocessing is clean it, clean it, clean it. The most important step in endoscope reprocessing is thorough manual cleaning prior to disinfection or sterilization. Endoscopes that have not been adequately cleaned cannot be properly disinfected or sterilized, even with prolonged exposure times. In order for manual cleaning to be effective, it must be performed by a person familiar with the structure of the endoscope and trained in cleaning techniques. Be undertaken immediately after the endoscope is used so that secretions do not dry and harden within the channels. Include the use of an appropriate enzymatic or biofilm remover. Include the cleaning of both internal and external surfaces of the endoscope. Prepare equipment, personal protective equipment, fluid repellent gowns that provide full skin protection for arms and body. Safety goggles, spectacles, or face shields should be used when reprocessing endoscopes and when handling hazardous substances, especially where splashing of the concentrated solution may occur. Gloves used when reprocessing endoscopes must be impervious to the cleaning agents and biocides being used. Disposable gloves can be used if contact with these chemicals is for only short periods and contact with the skin is preventable. Accessories. Cleaning adapters and syringes. Lint-free cloths. Octopus or flushing systems relevant to your endoscope brand and model. Toothbrush. Short stubby brush. Brush for each channel selected for correct size. Leak tester. Chemicals. Enzymatic solution or a biofilm remover such as Matrix. Process. Wash hands, then don personal protective equipment. Pre-cleaning. In the examination room immediately after the procedure, wipe the insertion tube from the control head to the distal tip with a disposable cloth dampened in fresh enzymatic or biofilm solution. Aspirate the solution through the suction channels using short, sharp bursts. Purge air-water channels by depressing and releasing the air-water button several times to flush the air-water channel by using brand-specific cleaning buttons when appropriate. Disconnect the water bottle and suction tubing from the endoscope, taking care not to contaminate them. Remove the endoscope from the light source. Attach the protective video cap if using a video endoscope. Transport to the cleaning area in a container to prevent contamination of the environment. Leak testing. It is essential to leak test the endoscope according to the manufacturer's instructions. All endoscopes should be leak tested after each patient use and prior to immersion. The leak test will detect any damage in the internal channels and exterior surfaces of the endoscope. After removing all detachable parts, such as buttons, biopsy caps, and flushing adapters, attach the leak tester and pressurize the endoscope. Fully immerse the endoscope in fresh, clear water and observe for a continuous stream of bubbles. If the leak tester has a pressure gauge, as with Pentax endoscopes, observe the pressure loss prior to the immersion, as this indicates a significant leak, in which case the endoscope must not be immersed. Observe the head of the endoscope, the insertion tube, and the umbilical cable for any bubbles coming from the endoscope. Flex the distal bending section of the endoscope in all directions using the control wheels. Flexing may help to detect a damaged section that would otherwise go unnoticed. The processor head must be removed from the water before disconnecting the leak tester. Cleaning. Prepare biofilm remover, matrix solution, or enzymatic detergent solution. Prepare fresh biofilm remover, matrix, or enzymatic detergent solution as per the manufacturer's instructions for reprocessing each endoscope. A fresh solution prevents cross-contamination. Ensure the endoscope remains fully immersed throughout the cleaning process. Clean accessories. Brush and clean non-disposable parts with a small soft brush, paying particular attention to all surfaces and lumens. Place buttons and valves in the ultrasonic. Matrix biofilm remover may also be used in your ultrasonic. Buttons should be thoroughly rinsed after removal from the ultrasonic and prior to sterilization or high-level disinfection. Brush and wipe exterior. Wash all debris from outer surfaces by brushing and wiping the endoscope. Use of non-abrasive and lint-free cleaning tools will prevent damage to the instrument. Use a soft brush to gently clean the distal tip. Brush the control handles. Soft toothbrushes are useful to clean grooved handles. Brush the biopsy port. Brush around valve seats and clean thoroughly. And finally, clean the suction port. Check that all visible debris has been removed. Brush all channels. Using a long brush, brush all accessible endoscope channels, including the body, the insertion tube, and the umbilical cable or universal cord of the endoscope. After each brush passage, the tip should be checked for debris before retracting or reinsertion. Rinse the brush tip in the detergent solution, removing any visible debris. Continue brushing until there is no debris visible on the brush tip. Use a brush size compatible with each channel. If the brush is too small, debris can be missed. Too large a brush can become lodged. Discard single-use brushes after use. Clean reusable brushes, then ultrasound and sterilize prior to reuse. Inspect reusable brushes between uses and replace when bristles are worn, missing, frayed, bent, if the shaft is kinked or the brush is otherwise damaged. Attach cleaning adapters and flushing systems. Check the manufacturer's instructions. purge all flushing connectors and systems and purge all channels thoroughly with fresh enzymatic or matrix solution, especially those channels which cannot be brushed. For biofilm removal, shear forces through flushing are as important as contact time. For enzymatic products, specific contact time is required to allow enzymes to penetrate organic material. Immerse the endoscope and its internal channels for the contact time specified on the label of the solution. All channel entrances must be under the surface of the detergent to ensure that no air enters the channel when the endoscope is immersed. Purge internal channels with air after contact time while fully immersed. Discard detergent solution after each use. Water rinse. Flush all channels thoroughly with clean water to remove any enzymatic or biofilm remover. Rinse the outer surfaces of the endoscope with clean running water to remove all traces of detergent prior to disinfection. Purge water from all channels with air to remove rinsing water prior to disinfection. Remove these attachments where necessary in preparation for automated reprocessing. These attachments may not be removed if manual soaking is the method of disinfection. Removing water from all channels and the exterior of the endoscope prevents dilution of the biocide used for disinfection. Clean running water should be used. The use of clean water for each endoscope will limit the potential for cross-infection. The amount of water required to thoroughly rinse the endoscope after cleaning will vary according to the design and length of the instrument. Dry external surfaces. Pat dry the outer surfaces of the endoscope with a soft lint-free cloth prior to manual disinfection, Medivata and steroid usage. Disinfection, sterilization. Disinfect the endoscope following the manufacturer's instructions for automated endoscope reprocessors or manual disinfection. The same principles apply to the cleaning of Pentax and Fusion on endoscopes. They are wiping, suction, leak testing, brushing, flushing enzymatic, air, then water, followed again by air.
Okay, we'll move to our next presentation about decontamination. It's almost the same video that we showed you a while ago. باقي محاضرتين بس حنخلص إن شاء الله على الساعة 10 بمشيئة الله. Decontamination of flexible endoscopes. Flexible endoscopes are complex, delicate, expensive, reusable instruments that require specialist decontamination. To prevent transmission of patient infection and to preserve the instrument in optimal working order. As they are damaged by heat, they cannot be steam sterilized as would be used for most equivalent surgical instruments. Instead, they need careful cleaning and disinfection with compatible chemicals, followed by drying and careful storage. باقي محاضرتين هذه وفي واحدة ثانية. Most endoscopes has a variety of internal narrow lumens running the length of the instrument. Cleaning and disinfection of these probably the most challenging element of reprocessing. Endoscope are tubular medical devices, parts of which enter the body to visualize the internal structure for diagnostic purposes. All endoscopes are centered around two core functions: to eliminate the internal body structure and to carry the image back out of the body. Flexible endoscope ranging from those used for visualization only, like a nasal endoscope, to more complex devices that contain numerous channels like endoscopes. As can be seen from the plate and the channels is in a typical gastrointestinal endoscope occupy the entire length of the endoscope. The air and water channels are the narrowest and the most endoscope cannot be cleaned with a brush. It is important to check that endoscope washer disinfectors and drying cabinet has correct pressure pump for all channels. Many of the accessories used would fulfill the criteria of high-risk item in that they are invasive items and so would require sterilization. The standard approach to decontamination risk assessment is to approach illustrated somewhere. However, for flexible endoscope decontamination, the standard approach is problematic. Procedure type and increasing order of risk are given below, like the next step from this biopsies, by endoscope, mucous membranes, and the risk scale progress when endoscope are used to enter body cavities. For procedure categories, it's important to realize that endoscope will either be used in an area that is contaminated or will first pass through an area that is contaminated before they reach the normally sterile sites, like cystoscope. Prevention of significant recontamination can be divided into three, like prevention of contamination and prevention of replication and the prevention of recontamination. For endoscope used in category 4, which is the highest risk, processing of an EWD followed by quality assured compatible with temperature sterilization is the preferred option. The risk of infection following flexible endoscope is considered to be below the relation to the number of procedures carried out. The storage of endoscope may also have a role to play in the transmission of post-endoscopic infection. Flexible endoscopes are heat sensitive and have complex structure, being made up to various materials. The decontamination process should start as soon as the endoscope has been removed from the patient to remove the gross contamination. When the endoscope arrives at the decontamination unit, all valves and pores covers are removed and endoscope is manually cleaned by flushing and brushing. Failure to follow procedure recommended for that specific endoscope could result in total failure to clean unidentified channels. All lumens of endoscope are connected to the irrigation ports of EWD and placed in the internal valve or cage. As we saw in the video, pre-cleaning, cleaning, rinsing, disinfection, final rinse, and drying as we saw in the video. Some specialist flexible endoscope include narrow bore lumen that contain control wire of operating a device at the distal end of the endoscope. Rinsing of endoscope several times during the decontamination process is important. The intermediate rinse during the process cycle removes the cleaning agent from the endoscope and the EWD pipework, preventing any reaction with the disinfectant following use. Some disinfectants are hazardous to patients, even in high dilutions. When setting up a new or upgraded endoscopy, decontamination unit care must be taken in selection of the EW machine. When replacing an existing EWD with a new machine, one of the important areas to examine is that total cycle time. The decontamination process, in particular, the EWD. Routine tests on the EW should be carried out on the regular basis, with various tests done on a daily, weekly, quarterly, or annual schedule. To achieve this level of quality usually requires that water from the supply main is treated. For this reason, daily disinfection of EWD is required to reduce the likelihood of this occurring. Many instruments passed down the biopsy channel of the endoscope are intended for single use. Single-use instruments should be clearly marked as such. A water bottle will be attached to the endoscopy trolley. This water should be sterile, and the containing bottle should either be cleaned and steam sterilized or should be single-use. The ability to trace endoscope is important. The question from Fatma, how many minutes contact time the scope with SIDX, please? It depends on the manufacturer. So the Pentax is different than the other, Olympus and the others. So each one has its own specification. There is a manual. You have to review the manual. They may be carried by manual or electronically. Lone endoscope must be included in the decontamination. Sorry, the documentation. The documentation is vital. Policy on endoscopic contamination should be available to user of the endoscopic services. Staff training out of the decontamination, carrying out the decontamination procedure should receive comprehensive training. Decontamination of endoscope should be stored in a way that maintain their decontaminated status. Recommendation of the scope can be caused by extrinsic pre-contamination or intrinsic contamination. Endoscopic should be stored such that they are protected from damage. There are now available range of endoscope drying cabinets that continuously irrigate all the lumens in the endoscopic with filtered air. The production, storage, distribution of high quality water for the final rinse of the EWD cycle can be complex. Both these organisms can establish in biofilm layers. Once this occurs, even EWD self-decontamination may not kill them, and sections of pipe works may have to be replaced. The design of endoscope decontamination facility is one of the prime determinants of successful, reliable decontamination. Failure to carry out an effective decontamination procedure may lead to a possibility of a transmission of infection. Infection can arise from microorganisms remaining in the endoscope from a previous patient. Instruments being damaged by unsuitable accessories or mishandling. So in conclusion, flexible endoscope are complex, expensive, and delicate instruments representing a unique series of challenges to the decontamination. For reliable decontamination, a systemic approach to clean, disinfection, and storage is required. I think that was the last slide. Any question, يا اخوان? أي سؤال يا اخوان? Before we move to the last presentation for tonight. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Mahdi. Thank you, Mashal. Thank you, all of you. Okay, we'll move to the last presentation for today. It's about surgical instrument decontamination and micro decontamination. In this lecture, we will examine how two quite different but linked aspects of surgical instrument decontamination. The first of these focus on high-level decontamination using low-pressure radio-frequency gas plasma. The second topic is description of the principle and use of the F-scan technology, which has been developed to enable rapid automated quantification of lower levels of residual protein residues on decontaminated instruments. On reflection, there are really only two basic strategies involved in surgical instrument reprocessing: removal or inactivation of the contaminants. In the traditional sense, removal assisted by solubilizing agent and usually accompanied by mechanical or ultrasonic shearing. Inactivation is more complex issue and can involve protein cleavage, devatization, cleavage, and denaturation. There is no doubt that appropriate combination of these methods can be highly effective in reducing patient risk. Gas plasma decontamination is a radically different approach and can be considered as orthogonal to the above with methods. For practical purposes, gas plasma treatments involve exposure of the instrument surface to an intense flux of highly energized electrons. A combination of physical and chemical processes result from this, provided O2 is one of the gases involved. These ultimately lead to removal of complex organic materials. In a sense, organic molecules are etched or burnt of the surface, but the advantage is that the process occurs at close to room temperature. A distinction should be drawn here between atmospheric pressure and low pressure gas plasma. Atmospheric pressure gas plasma, particularly as plasma jet or plasma torches, have a wide range of use, including surface sterilization. Low pressure gas plasma, on the other hand, typically involve much more energetic gas molecule. As such, they are much more suitable. The sandwich is that they have to be generated in a vacuum chamber. A major driving force in the development of this technology was the need for more effective methods to reduce the possibility of iatrogenic transmission of Jacob disease by contaminated high-risk instruments. In particular, those used for neurosurgery and neurologically related procedure. Moreover, the presence of a prion in a scrubby form in a peripheral tissue has raised the issue that reprocessed surgical instrument used in surgical surgery might also transmit variant Jacob disease. Both routes of transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, TSE, transmission have been assessed in animal models. Efficient transmission of surface-bound TSE have been reported in both intracerebral 4 and intracerebral 5 routes of infection. A variety of decontamination studies based on bioassay have been reported, and these have been reviewed. We have carried out a number of studies on the efficacy of low pressure RF gas plasma decontamination with regard to prion inactivation. An intraperitoneal transmission study, stainless steel spheres contaminated with 263 kilodalton strain of scrappy were treated by a variety of decontamination procedure prior to implantation in hamster. In contrast to the negative outcomes with untreated and autoclaved sample, the bioassay result with the gas plasma treated spheres showed no detectable infectivity, indicative of at least 3.6 log reduction of infectivity. There is no doubt that all of the newer processes substantially reduce TSE infectivity. They include improved detergent, gas phase chemical inactivation, and gas plasma treatment. But it seems unlikely that one-step universal process will emerge, which will meet all needs. The most effective way to deal with potential Jacob disease contamination may prove to be multiple stepwise strategy combining several methods. This could involve, for example, the use of detergent, chemical inactivation, cocktails, and initial cleaning. For high-risk instruments, such as those used neurosurgical or anterior eye procedure, the introduction of final RF gas plasma decontamination step after cleaning, but after wrapping. The microbial sterilization of surfaces by low pressure gas plasma using a variety of gas mixture and conditions is well documented. The exact nature of the mechanism involved in any particular system appears in gas mixture, pressure, frequency of excitation. الصوت والصورة واضحة يا اخوان؟ واضح الصوت؟ واضح البرزنتيشن؟ طيب يا اخوان، اللي مو واضح عنده يشيك الاشكالية عنده يا اخوان لو سمحت. طيب شكرا جزيلا، شكرا. Can the general conditions developed for protein removal and prion deactivation also be effective for bacterial deactivation? As a test system, a study examined the sporin activation of Bacillus atrophius on metal disc, which is widely accepted model for determination of the efficacy of sterilization. Spore viability after treatment was determined using modification of the spore population methods where all viable spare colonies were counted. The result showed that a single treatment using conditions established for surgical instrument decontamination reduced Bacillus atrophius spores viability on stainless steel surface by more than 6.5 log in 30 minutes. Apart from prions and bacterial inactivation, the most obvious benefits of RF gas plasma decontamination lies in the improved cleaning of instruments. The effectiveness of low-pressure gas plasma treatment and residual tissue removal is perhaps best illustrated by an example. A pair of ophthalmic microforceps is shown in plate 5. This is a typical example of visually clean sterile surface reprocessed instruments. However, some examination showed that these still had substantial amount of residual tissue contamination. Elemental analysis of batches of contamination of the forceps. Gas plasma treatment of the instrument resulted in the removal of the areas of organic contamination and elemental analysis of sampled areas. An important issue raised in these studies here we are in accord with views expressed by other workers. After conventional processing, visually clean instruments normally have average residual surface protein leading to 0.1 nanogram per millimeter square, which is well below the typical sensitivity of non-hydrogen swab detection. 6 and EDX analysis, whilst useful in laboratory environment, are far too expensive and time-consuming to be used by healthcare professionals to monitor the efficacy of decontamination. In recent years, methods using fluorescent reagent coupled with detection of fluorescent digital imaging, epifluorescent differential interference contrast. The EPSCAN technology was initially developed in some laboratories in response to the requirements and quantity of the efficacy of gas plasma decontamination methods. EPSCAN is now a routine method suitable for use in hospital sterile service departments for quantification of services. The first step in the process involved the derivatization of the proteins of the residual by immersion of the instrument in a very weak aqueous solution. This reacts with thiol and amino groups of the protein. Excess reagent is rinsed off with water and instruments then scanned in the scan instruments. An example of a scan imaging and analysis of typical processing. Reprocessed surgical instrument is shown plate 5 here. The results are shown in various formats, for example, as the raw raster scan and as a 3D projection of the protein concentration. There are several ways of presenting the data provided by EPSCAN instrument. The result of a small survey of 50 instruments. 3 instruments in the study showed much higher than average contaminants level. EPSCAN technology was originally designed to enable ultra-sensitive monitoring. To evaluate potential benefits of incorporating an RF gas plasma cleaning step as an addition to conventional reprocessing. A large number of experiments have been carried out on a variety of in-use reprocessed instrument samples from surgical trays. So conclusion, low pressure gas plasma decontamination, low pressure RF gas plasma is extremely effective for destruction and removal of protein residues and inactivation of bacterial spores. But it is not suggested that it could become a one-step substitute for a well-established methods in surgical instrument cleaning processes. Rather, we investigate the RF gas plasma treatment as an additional step in the decontamination regimen, which can be employed where other decontamination methods have failed to achieve the desired degree of tissue removal, or for a specific instrument where high levels of decontamination is required. For example, neurosurgical and ophthalmic instruments where a possibility of iatrogenic GCDS transmission might be suspected. Detection and monitoring clean is subjective, non-quantitative term, which begs the question, how clean is clean? There is no doubt that the methods employed in surgical instruments decontamination in modern hospitals routinely reduce biomolecule load to below levels of visual perception. In real life terms, biologically derived residues are typically reduced to less than 0.1 nanogram per square millimeter. Swabbing methods using either non-hydrate or pyrethroid agent are quite inadequate to detect loading at this level. With levels of cleaning which can be obtained using current technologies, measurements of residual contamination after treatment requires non-subjective instruments. Instrumental method, the most practical of which is fluorescent spectroscopy, which is capable of visualizing protein residue at sub-picogram per square millimeter. If a scan is automated, routine methods of measuring surface protein contaminated down to a few nanograms suggest how gas plasma processing and scan monitoring might be employed in a sterile services environment. I think that was our last slide and last presentation. I'm really happy to share with you and to speak with you about decontamination and how do we support our hospitals and practices. Any question يا اخوان؟ اي سؤال؟ اتمنى تكونوا استفدتوا يا اخوان، وان شاء الله البي دي اف المحاضرات حتكون موجوده ان شاء الله بكره او بعده بالكثير مع الادمن، تاخذوها منهم. Yes, you can leave now. Yes, you can leave. الساعات تنزل يا اخوان عن طريق، يبغى لكم تتابعوا مع الادمن. انا ما عندي خبره والله في موضوع الساعات، فنتمنى لكم التوفيق جميعا. البي دي اف حتجيكم ان شاء الله قريبا. اتمنى لكم التوفيق جميعا. هي اليوم اخر محاضره، خلصنا يا اخوان. نعم اليوم اخر يوم. نعم نعم. شكرا يا فهد، شكرا العنود، شكرا مفتي، شكرا بدر، وانا ثانك يو. ان شاء الله يا اخوان اذا في شيء فات علينا حتلاقوه في البي دي اف ان شاء الله. انا اتمنى لكم التوفيق جميعا يا اخوان، واتمنى اراكم ان شاء الله في محاضرات اخرى ان شاء الله وفي كورسات اخرى. شكرا عبد الرحمن، شكرا مهدي، اراكم على خير بمشيئة الله. شكرا وفاء، افراح، خالد، thank you very much all of you. الشهادات يا اخوان قال لكم حيرفعوها للهيئه بكره يا اخوان الساعه عشان الساعات، رد عليكم قبل شوي. شكرا علي. الشهادات خلال يومين عمل ان شاء الله. الشهادات خلال يومين عمل. نعم المحاضره انتهت يا اخوان. المحاضره انتهت والكورس انتهى. نعم اللي بيمشي الله يسهل. شكرا يا سامي، شكرا عبد الله، شكرا مهدي، عزيزه ثانك يو فيري ماتش، الهام ثانك يو. اي نعم يا اخوان، طبعا احتسبنا ضغطنا بعض المحاضرات، لكن ان شاء الله احنا ملتزمين بالبرنامج. نعم هذه تسالون فيها يا اخوان. Yes, we will send the presentation by email. Yes, PDF ان شاء الله. بكره حيرسلوها على ممارس، بس متى تدخل في حسابك ما اعرف والله، هم يجاوبون الاخوان في الاداره. بالتوفيق للجميع يا اخوان. ممكن بكره تدخل في ممارس يا اخوان، ممكن بكره لانهم حيدخلوها في السيستم بكره. شكرا يا امل، شكرا ابرار. Thank you all of you. الاخت امل موجوده مع الاداره، موجوده مع الاستاذ سعيد. نعم نراكم على خير يا اخوان. في امان الله يا امل، مع السلامه. شكرا جزيلا all of you. نعم thank you very much. ريهام thank you very much, you are welcome. مع درة الرياض لمتابعة الجديد يا اخوان، الدورات اللي تخصني يا اخوان، وهذا التويتر والتليجرام سجلوه عندكم يا اخوان. اي نعم بكره يدخل في ممارس بلس او بعد بكره ان شاء الله، هم حيحاولوا يدخلوه بكره. شكرا زهره thank you very much. شكرا يا غاده thank you very much. اتمنى تكونوا استفدتوا ان شاء الله. Grace you are welcome. حمزه you are welcome thank you very much. نورة نورس you are welcome thank you very much. دكتور رامي you are welcome. نازك thank you very much. هدى you are welcome. هدى thank you. Thank you very much. Osama thank you. Athir thank you very much. Thank you Sami, thanks a lot. شكرا محمد. You are welcome. Thank you very much. ايه تقدر يطلع، اللي بيطلع يطلع يا اخوان، خلصنا. استودعناك الله يا عبيد الله، نراك على خير ان شاء الله. السلايدات تجيك على الايميل يا اخوان. شكرا استاذ سعيد، الله يحفظك. شكرا عبد الرحمن، نتمنى لكم التوفيق جميعا. عبد الله you are welcome. Thank you very much. اشوفك على خير ان شاء الله. شكرا ريم you are welcome. هدى thank you very much. يا عبد الرحمن نراك على خير ان شاء الله. حمزة في امان الله، نراك على خير ان شاء الله. طلعت الله يحييك، في امان الله. خالد نراك على خير ان شاء الله. شكرا ازدهار، نراكم على خير بمشيئة الله. سلمان you are welcome. Thank you very much. اتوقع ان شاء الله ما في اشكال. اتوقع ما في اشكال ان شاء الله. سالي ما في اشكال ان شاء الله. بالتوفيق يا سالي، نراكم على خير ان شاء الله. ما في مشكله ان شاء الله بالاسماء. شكرا يا سلمان. طلال thank you very much. طيب يا اخوان، نراكم على خير، استودعكم الله وفي امان الله.